Welcome to Today at Keeneland for this Wednesday, October 13th. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you each and every race day here on Today at Keeneland. Thanks for joining us as we've got an 8-race card and another Breeders' Cup win in your in race.
Yep, it's going to be the last race of the day, the Grade 2 J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine for those 2-year-old fillies going long on the turf. Breeders' Cup win in your in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. That is the final race, as Gabby mentioned. Also, another thing for those of you joining us on track or that will be joining us on track a little bit later on, we've got the Wednesday Challenge. It's a $2,500 guaranteed pool sponsored by our friends at Malone's. And it's just a $10 entry. You can enter at Wagering Central. It's located on the first floor of the grandstand. So $10, $2,500 pool.
Fun little way to kind of ease on into things too, or
Yeah.
just if you're out here want to have some fun and not spend any money. Kind of like that's my move most of the time.
Yeah, $2,500. So come out and check that out. That is sponsored by Malone's. But let's take a look back at this past weekend. We had a lot of top-notch racing, and we saw a superstar mare in Latruska do her thing in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster as she continues this roll through the Distaff division.
4 Grade 1 wins this year alone for Latruska. Do you think after this Grade 1 win she should be Horse of the Year despite what happens Breeders' Cup?
I think that she has to win the Distaff to be Horse of the Year, in my opinion. Barring something crazy happening, I think she's secured divisional honors as far as older mares is concerned. We saw Tiz the Bomb, Kenny McPeak capping off a very good weekend, especially with his young runners, having won the Breeders' Futurity, Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and that one with Tiz the Bomb. But going back to Latruska, I think she has to win the Distaff in order to be Horse of the Year, in my opinion. Because if Nick Go wins the Classic, he's been at the top of those divisional rankings so long that I think it's him or even Essential Quality. If he's able to win, I think that he would secure himself as Horse of the Year.
I think she has the most Grade 1 wins this year out of any other horse. But yeah, I mean, she's 100% going to be a finalist for Horse of the Year.
Yes.
And she should probably win her division.
She's already won that.
Yeah.
That's regardless of what happens in the Breeders' Cup. She is the older mare of the year.
Can we start something? The way that Kenny McPeak is going this meet, can we start something? Keeneland instead of Keeneland? Yeah? No? Okay.
It was an okay try. Keeneland.
I thought about this yesterday, and I was like, I'm going to say it on air, and it didn't come across as well as I had.
You must have had a very productive day yesterday. Let's go to our friends at WKYT for this afternoon's weather.
It looks like a really nice day out at the track for us as we get Keeneland's first full week of racing in that we get, at least the abbreviated version of it, of course, as we know. What we're looking at for today, though, in particular, I think that we are in the 70s the entire time as racing is happening with a mix of sun and clouds. There's a chance a stray shower could pass by, but I think the chance is so small that I haven't included it anywhere here in those key times for right around some of those post times. So I think that overall we stay on the drier side, but just a great day out at the track. Good luck. Win a little money out there.
Yeah, good weather for this Wednesday afternoon. So make sure you come out and join us if you're able to, and check out tickets at Keeneland.com for what is available. So that's the weather. Let's take a look at our full card selections for this 8-race card and see how much we agree and or disagree. Typically the situation when it comes to our full card picks. And I know that I've got Turner Loose in the big one. You've got her as the second choice, and we've got some twos that match up.
We agree. If you look at the chicklets as a whole, I mean, they might be in a different order, but it looks like we do agree probably more today than usual. But the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, we both agree with the 3. I used her in the mix, and Turner Loose. I do think that she is the filly to beat in there after her very impressive performance last time out. But overall, a good card.
If you want these full card picks, download the Keeneland Race Day app on your smartphone, your iPad, and you can have those full card selections from Gabby Gaudette and myself, as well as other top handicappers, including Tom Leach, each and every day. Social media at Keeneland Racing on Twitter, at Keeneland for Facebook and Instagram, and the Watch TVG app. For those of you that don't have TVG2 via your cable or satellite provider, you can download that on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV, and you'll have TVG2 where today Keeneland is airing each and every race day. So make sure you check that one out and stay current with all of our social media outlets that really have taken such a turn for the best here in recent months as they continue to improve each and every race meeting and even during the sales as we are quickly approaching the Keeneland November sale. All right, so that's the social media. Let's jump into the featured event, the Grade 2 JP Morgan Chase Jessamine. You can see scratches of the 15 and 16. Turner loose, 5-2. Expect her to be the favorite come post time for Don and Ike Thrash. This is a Nyquist filly that they bought at the September sale here at Keeneland for just $50,000, and she's made over $331,000 in 2 starts. It helps when you win a $500,000 stakes race at Kentucky Downs, or just win at Kentucky Downs in general.
Well, and plus, I always say this, when you see a horse that wins a turf race by over 3 lengths, they're dominating against that field. We just don't see horses win like that in turf races versus dirt races. So she has been dominant. Today is her toughest test, arguably, though, because there are some very nice fillies in here.
Let's roll back that dominant performance. She's my top selection, Turner Loose, the Nyquist filly for Brad Cox and the Thrashes. And there she is. She's already got the lead, big, long, leggy filly, and she's just going to maintain what she's already established in this long stretch out in the center of the course with Florent Giroux, who's ridden her in both starts. We'll see if she handles this added distance at 1:16. Doesn't really look like it should be an issue whatsoever, but she has figured out how to win races, and that's the bottom line. She holds good early position, which we know has been key in these turf races so far at Keeneland this meet. So I've got her on top. Then the 8 and 6 underneath. Queen Judith was impressive in her Kentucky Downs maiden special weight race, but just 1 race versus the 2 for Turner Loose. I think that's a big difference. And then I think you've got to consider our man Ken McPeak with Boma, the number 6 horse. A filly by Bernardini. She's a big price on the morning line, but she comes from a family of turf winners. She's a half-sister to 2 other turf winners, a half-sister to a stakes winner. She's by Bernardini, so they're taking their shot here today to see how she handles it, and she has those 2 races under her belt, which would be a big plus for her.
Yeah, mom's on strike, her half-sibling. I think Joe Sharp trained her. She was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf. So definitely a nice turf pedigree that Boma has if you want to look for a price. I went to the 10 Mist Haven here as the top pick. I had a sneaky feeling this filly would run well in her first start. I actually spoke with Tom Ryan with SF Racing, who bred her, owns her, and he told me before the race that she's going to be precocious. She very well could win first time out, and that's what we saw. Let's go back to her debut race because, Scott, I was so impressed by this performance. She gets into trouble right here. So that at this point in the race, Joel Rosario, who was aboard her that day, has to check. You see the 3 has to check out of position 2, but she lost her early position. And there was no way that I thought she was going to catch these 2 on the front end, who really got away with everything they wanted to on the front end. She just turned into a different racehorse. She turned another gear on, and she closed well late to get the victory. And you could see her ears kind of just prick at the wire like, oh, well, that was easy. What else do I need to do? So I think she's got a lot of potential, a lot of class. Yes, this is a huge class test, but she is bred to be a good one. She's by Candy Ride. She's a half to grade 1 winner in Bobby's Kitten and multiple graded stakes winner and Camelot Kitten. So there is grade 1 graded stakes pedigree on the bottom side of her family, and I think she's got a lot of talent. She can take that step forward. So Mist Haven is going to be the top pick for me. Turner Loose obviously is a proven commodity in here, who I think you have to use. And then I agree with you with Queen Judith, who I thought she had a good trip her last time out. She was down on the inside where you wanted to be. She had a fast pace, but she still is another one that I think can improve with added distance. So it's going to be 10-3-8 for me in the Jessamine.
Well, let's stay with Mist Haven and find out more about this filly for trainer Joe Sharp as Tom Leach had a chance to catch up with him.
With trainer Joe Sharp, who will saddle Mist Haven in the JP Morgan Chase Jessamine. Tell me about the last race down at Kentucky Downs.
You know, she obviously ran. We thought it was a super impressive effort. You know, I think she was a filly that in the morning had shown us some ability. But, you know, the light bulb still hadn't gone off, and she had a relatively troubled trip and overcame a lot. And in the past, you know, any horse that can break their maiden like that at Kentucky Downs, is, you know, that's impressive because it's no easy feat over that turf course. So, you know, we're very excited to stretch her out moving forward.
Confident about the 2 turns?
I mean, ultimately, she's definitely a 2-turn kind of filly. You know, stepping up in stakes caliber for your first attempt at 2 turns is obviously a little more challenging, but based on her family, you know, she's a half to Bobby's Kitten, Camelot Kitten, so, you know, she needs no introduction. That Celestial Woods, the broodmare, so we're grateful to have her in the barn, and we definitely think she has the ability.
And you breezed her over the Keeneland turf course. She handled that well?
Yeah, Tyler worked her for us on Tuesday of last week. She went 5/8 and 102, well within herself, so you know, everything's pointing in the right direction. Her timing's good, and we're excited about Wednesday.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Joe Sharp, Mist Haven, a horse that he'll saddle in the Jessamine.
Yeah, she's got a lot of upside. There's no question about it. Big opportunity for Mist Haven in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine here this afternoon. But let's get into our key races of today's 8-race card. I'm going to go to race number 6 to start things off. You can see there is a couple of scratches in here. The 8 and 12 taken out of race number 6. And Empress Eleanor is the morning line favorite at 3-1. But I'm going to go to the filly, the number 2 horse, Naval Laughter, as my top selection at odds of 10-1. She's a filly that has really come on here at the age of 4. She missed her entire 3-year-old season, only made one start for her 2-year-old season. Broke her maiden by 19 lengths in her first start this season at Arlington Park on the synthetic track, and then won the Grade 3 Modesty. That was a prep for the Grade 1 Beverly D. We're going to roll it back for you, and this was a race that gave Chris Davis, the trainer, his very first graded stakes victory, and she earned a very big number in doing so. You could see she was 4 wide, which will lend itself to earning top sort of speed figures that take ground loss into account, like Thorograph figures, and she wins this one by a half of a length. They tried her in the Grade 1 Beverly D. Nobody was beating Santa Barbara that day, the filly coming in for Coolmore. She wrapped up in that race and it was over. But I think that this filly, back in against Allowance Company, has a big look here today, and she's had some good workouts at Arlington Park on that synthetic track. I think that 10-1, if we can get anywhere near that, will be an absolute gift. So I really do like Naval Laughter in there today. And then the 6-horse Arm Candy, I think that she responds off of that Kentucky Downs race. She's been consistently good against Stakes Company as well. So I like the placement for Steve Asmussen for Arm Candy. And then the number 9 horse Timeless Rose for Tony Granitz. The fact that Tony Granitz is coming down here from Indiana Grand, I think it has to be viewed as a positive, because he could have obviously stayed home and found an easier spot in against Allowance Company. But they're coming down here. You get Florent Giroux. I respect Tony Granitz as a trainer and making this move. So 2, 6, and 9 for me in race number 6.
All right, I'm going to go a little bit ahead to race 4, 1.5 miles on the turf course for this allowance race. And I thought this was one of the more competitive races of the day. Just one scratch of the 5 talk radio. We do have an entry in the 1 and 1A first course and Stand Tall. And that's actually the direction I go in. The 1 Stand Tall is who I prefer out of the entry for trainer Rusty Arnold. I think this horse really needed her race last time out. It was at 1 mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs, and overall didn't run a bad race. Was kind of in the thick of it early and faded to finish 5th, just beating 2 lengths. But we'll take you back to her race at Churchill Downs, a race in which she finished 2nd. She went against a horse by the name of Enjoy It While You Can in that event. And she's going to go against her once again today. She's the number 3 horse in this field. But I like her early speed. I think she should be able to be forwardly placed like she was in all of her last 3 career starts. And I just think she's got some class in here. So, again, you can see her finishing a really game 2nd in there. And with the entry, you also get the 1A first course, who has a completely different running style than the 1 Stand Tall. First course is going to be closing late, so I think you're kind of protected with those 2. Oh.
It is the 1, by the way. Those numbers are not correct on the screen.
Okay. I was confused. So I didn't mess up?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Let me double check the program here, Gabby, as we do this on the fly. You had the 1. It is
Okay.
the 1.
So 1.
Stand Tall.
It's okay. No problem. So 1, 2, 3 are my picks.
1,
so
2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Easy to remember. I did use the 2 and the 3, but I do prefer the entry mate here.
Let's go to race number 7. This is a good allowance race. 6.5 furlongs the distance for these sprinters. 2 of the then allowance race, an optional $100,000 tag in race number 7. Absolute Chaos is a scratch. Fire Sword is the morning line favorite. That's the number 4. So you got an entry in here as well. Upstriker and Kinetic Sky. But I'm looking for the 5 Swift Shore to bounce back. This is a colt that was very flashy in his first 2 starts, first 2 victories. He won them clear by 3 1/4 lengths, 3 1/2 lengths. They tried him in the Lexington Stakes, that final Derby prep, which we have here at Keeneland back in April, and he didn't fire. They've given him 6 months off. He's had some good workouts between Turfway and Churchill Downs, and I think that getting back to sprinting, this might be what this colt wants to do. We'll go back to his run at Oaklawn Park, his most recent victory. This was at the beginning of the year on the 23rd of January. He settles right there close to the pace, and then when Santana asked, He got a big response from him. He's run 2 very quick times in these sprint distances, 1:10 flat, 1:10 and 1. And I think that this is a colt that will bounce back, getting back to 1 turns. Much like Jackie's Warrior. I hate to compare the two because Jackie's Warrior is just, he's at such an elite level, and I'm not saying that this colt can't turn into a stakes type. But you think back to Jackie's Warrior, they tried him in the 2 turns. He just wasn't the same sort of horse. He has that speed, and he wants to use it. And I think that might be the case with a horse like Swift Shore. So I look for him to bounce back today. Fire Sword, you've got to consider him coming off of a solid run against Stakes Company. And then the number 2 horse who draws post 2, that's the ride of a lifetime, another Candy ride that we'll talk about, getting back to sprinting. They tried him in the Bruce D at Grade 1 event for the 3-year-olds at Arlington, going a mile on grass. Not as effective. I think same sort of situation as Swift Shore, getting back to sprinting on dirt will be key. So 5, 4, and 2 for me in race number 7.
I'm going to stay with the same race, and I agree with you with the 5 Swift Shore. This is the horse to beat. He is coming in off of a layoff, and that was kind of the theme that I saw with this particular race. The 1 up striker, can he make the lead from the rail? The ride of a lifetime, how good is he in the end? Kinetic Sky, does he want to go this short? I just had more questions than answers. So I wanted to go with a horse that might offer a bit of a price, and that's the 3 Shadow Matter. Now, I'm not crazy about his last race. I could not really pick it apart and tell you that he had a huge excuse. It says step slow. I didn't think that was too significant, but we'll take you back to his win 3 starts back. This was in May at Churchill Downs. He has talent, and this was actually a decent field that he beat. He would go on to stretch out to 7/8 at Colonial and lose that race, but still, Scott, some of his earlier performances, his first race, his second race, his third race, they were too good for me to ignore this horse. I do think he's got some talent. Now, where does he find himself within the whole pace scenario in this race? I don't know. I think it's going to be a very fast and contentious pace. But he looks like he at least has improved since his last race. Look at the work at Churchill. 4 furlongs and 46-4, best out of 30 that day. So I'm thinking that whatever went awry last time out, Dallas has figured out, and he's going to come into this race a better horse. But it's a tough race. I wouldn't even mind hitting the all button, because if it is a fast pace and it collapses, Kinetic Sky could win. The Ride of a Lifetime could win closing. I just think it's a complicated race.
I think looking at that workout for Shadow Matter, I'm guessing that he got so little out of the race that he needed a good, strong, stiff workout.
Could have been.
With Shadow Matter. But we'll see. It is a good group. These are some very good sprinters and horses that I think we'll be talking about for some time as far as this sprint division is concerned and moving on into stakes-type races. So that's our key race analysis. Let's move over to the Clocker Report. Clocker Report's had quite a good opening weekend, so these are numbers that you really need to pay attention to. And turn your program to race number 3. That's the first note that you're going to want to take note of. The 6-horse Leading West out of the Mike Maker barn. Solid local breeze, primed for a buyer top off of a recent Saratoga run. 5-2 on the morning line. So mark the 6 in race number 3. And then your horse, Mist Haven, in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine. Very sharp local breeze on the turf course, which we heard from in the Tom Leach interview, with a lot of giving it to put together that workout with the rain that we got last week. So race 3, the 6, race 8, the 10. Mark those down with the Clocker Report. All right.
If she handled Kentucky Downs, she could probably handle this course.
I think she will. It's the truth.
Yeah.
The Kentucky Downs form has been so key, hasn't it?
But it's been hard to know which races are going to translate. Like in general, yes, I agree with you. The Kentucky Downs form has been strong, but some not so much. It's kind of been hit or miss.
And sometimes you have to just ignore a poor performance at Kentucky Downs and realize that they're going to come back to a more conventional setup and run a better race. So 9
out of 10 interviews, Kentucky Downs, when you ask trainers if they're going to like the course, I don't know.
We'll see what happens.
It's a complete guess.
It is.
And it is.
It's a roll of the dice.
Especially with 2-year-olds, because it is a wide open field. They are just thrown into the deep end.
All right, you got to pick 3 for us?
I do. All right, let's take a look. And this is the all-turf pick 3. Once again, the last 4, the last 3, sometimes the only 3 turf races of the day. And that's what we're dealing with today. Again, 15% takeout and a $3 minimum is the base for this wager. 4, 6, 8. Ticket cost $48. I'm only using the 10 and the 11 in race 4. Just 2 horses in the 6th race. I wish I could have even afforded to use more. I thought that was, again, a complicated race, but just using 2 horses in there. And then we get to the final leg of the sequence, and that's going to be where I have the most coverage with the 4, 8, 10, and 12.
I'm going to take a swing at the late pick 4, and it's a $36 investment. In race number 5, the 2-horse Violent Pass, my top selection there. I just think that they found the level that's going to be useful for him. They ran him for 50 at Churchill, put together a strong run that day, adding blinkers that day as well, so he keeps the blinkers on this afternoon. Also, the 4 Mists of Time coming in from Remington. Here's another barn that I always pay attention to here at Keeneland. They always find the right types of races for their stock. That's Phil Sims, so looking at Mists of Time as well in that first leg. And then 1 Fast Cat for Wesley Ward off the 5-month layoff, dropping in class. Absolutely has to be respected. And I love the fact that he goes back to Deshaun Parker, the rider who rode him in his first 2 races and broke his maiden. As far as race number 6 is concerned, just going to use the 2 and 6. Naval Laughter, that filly that I like on top, the Modesty winner, and Arm Candy for Steve Asmussen coming off of that sprint run at Kentucky Downs. Race number 7, that 2 other than allowance race. I'm going to use 3 horses here, the 2, 4, and 5 in that very difficult sprint race. Swift Shore being the top selection there, but I've also got the Ride of a Lifetime getting back to sprinting, and then the number 4 horse, Fire Sword, the Wesley Ward runner, who's the morning line favorite, and then spreading out in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, 3, 6, 7, and 8, led by Turner Loose in there, and I should probably throw the 10 on the ticket as well. That would be the suggestion there, based on what we've heard from Joe Sharp, the replay that you showed us. That was a very impressive debut run. Clocker Report, yeah, a lot of reasons to use the 10, Mist Haven, in today's winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. All right, that's our pick 4 and pick 3, all turf pick 3 for Gabby. Now time for our best angle, and I'm going to go to the first race that we will have today. Here's the morning line. Bees and Honey is 8-5 on the morning line. And if I was to point towards one horse to have a win wager at, it would be this horse. Oftentimes you'll find this, sometimes you don't. And I think that this horse is one that you just go ahead and drop a $50 win wager on and get the day rolling.
50?
50 to win. I think that this horse has that big of an opportunity here today. Clash
Mr.
drops.
Moneybags over here.
Florent Giroux jumps into the saddle. I think that Bees and Honey absolutely has to be considered as we take you back to that race at Ellis Park, which will roll back on the 24th of July, finishing 3rd. This was the debut where he was 31-1, and he makes quite a rally down the stretch. I mean, he really gets going late, and I truly think that the drop in class today and staying at the 1-turn distance is going to be a big opportunity for him. So I know he'll probably hover around 6-5, maybe even money. So just 50 to win, 20 to win, 100 to win, whatever you want to do. Let's go with Bees and Honey in the first, the Daughter of Union Rags for Reeve McGahee. Let's go.
That could make or break your day very early.
I've had a little bit bigger budget than that. Let's.
$100?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I said 50 is what I'm suggesting.
50. Okay.
I'll buy you some chicken tortillas.
It'll make
Don't worry.
your day. It'll make your day. Build your bankroll for the rest of the day.
Sometimes you got to be aggressive.
Glass half full. I like it.
What's your best angle? Where are we going?
Race 5, because I actually saw this race similarly. We have the same opinion, different race. 1 Fast Cat, I think, is definitely the horse to beat here for trainer Wesley Ward. Now, do we have a backtrack for this horse? I don't know. I think so. Yeah,
we
okay.
do.
Let's go back and show a replay for 1 Fast Cat for Wesley Ward. Look, a lot of people might question him not having run since May, the fact that he returns for $50,000. But I think this is just an aggressive move by Wesley Ward, and it's a move that he often wins. We'll talk about a stat in just a minute, but this was his performance going 7/8, 2 starts back, where he lost by 3/4 of a length against Allowance Company. So again, he returns here today. I think this is the right race for him. He's well posted. First time for a tag, sprinting on the dirt. Wesley Ward, 30% ROI of $2.23, 68% in the money. So it's a strong move, and I'm not going to go a full 50, but $20 to win on 1 Fast Cat. I think he's the best bet of the day, the likeliest winner.
Okay. So bet the 50 on Bees and Honey in the first and roll it back. Parlay it, if you will, a few races later, and just drop it again on Wesley's runner there.
There's your plan.
Sometimes the sometimes you got to just to take a step back and make it simpler.
People don't like to bet
win.
favorites sometimes, but favorites are your friends. I say that especially when you're playing multi-race wagers like the pick 4 or the pick 5, because these races, especially on the turf, are so complicated sometimes. Take an easy winner. Take a favorite. Sometimes you have to do it
and get that money rolling into a bigger ticket, a pick 3, pick 5, whatever it might be. So yeah, I like that. I like doing that from time to time. Just simplify, bet to win, and move along. Those are our best angles. Let's go to Tom Leach now for his pick of the day.
Our long shot play for the Wednesday card comes in race 2. It's Warbird from the Michael McCarthy barn. McCarthy's adding blinkers. That's a high strike rate for this trainer. And this horse comes out of one of those tough heats at Kentucky Downs. He had a wide trip that day, too. So keep an eye on Warbird at 8-1 in race 2. Good luck.
Yeah, I have no problem with that runner as well. I think the distance will suit him. Son of Declaration of War with the Flo in the saddle. Flo's on some. He might be the name to look out for today. This could be a breakout sort of day for Florent Giroux.
I could see that. He's on Turner Loose and the Jessamine, and he's got some really nice opportunities on the undercard as well, including that one.
You ready for another Breeders' Cup one in your in?
Yeah, let's do it.
JP Morgan Chase Jessamine Nightcap. That will be the featured event, race number 8 on the turf course. And we'll see how this turf course is playing today, as it had been yielding and good for all of opening weekend. Really never fully dried out with all that rain that we got midweek last week.
That's what happens in the fall, though, sometimes. And you just have to pay attention to, track trends and also horses. I know sometimes it's tough with the juveniles because we're just having the first opportunity to see these horses, but go to past form. Some of these older turf allowance races, when horses start to get good in the fall, they usually tend to keep that form each and every year.
Looking forward to this 8-race card. 1 o'clock is when we will kick it off, and we'll be hearing from Kurt Becker in just a bit with the scratches and changes for the afternoon. But, Gabby, I think that this is going to be a big day. Did I say another day? It's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday. That's what they're telling me. The Wednesday Challenge.
Wednesday Challenge. Soup of the day is chicken tortilla. It's going to be a fantastic afternoon.
She is pumped about this chicken tortilla. First thing that she said when she came in, that sounds good, at 10:30. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy today, Keeneland.
The November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
Start your journey in a new Toyota. Where you end up is up to you. With 15 different all-wheel drive Toyotas to choose from, the possibilities are endless. Head to the trails in Avenza. Find a fishing hole with RAV4. Just have fun in a Tacoma. Hit the slopes in the family-size Sienna. Or get a grip on the road in the all-wheel drive Camry. All come with the traction you need for confident driving. Any road, any weather. Your adventure. Your Toyota. Toyota. Let's go places.
Now it's a global series. The best races from all over the world, the best trainers, the best jockeys.
You can get a free entry into the Breeders' Cup, and everybody wants to run in a Breeders' Cup race.
You get your travel expenses paid for the Breeders' Cup.
Automatic berth takes a lot of pressure off.
If we're considering 2 different races, and one was a win and you're in and one was not, that would be the tiebreaker.
It's probably the best thing that's happened to racing in the last 10 years.
Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
Keeneland welcomes Aaron Hannon to the paddock. Aaron, originally from Virginia Beach, is a third-year doctoral student at the University of Kentucky, studying opera performance and vocal pedagogy. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, give proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
At this time, Keeneland is proud to recognize Leela Shaw from retail as the Employee of the Day. Leela, congratulations.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the south gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Keeneland's second race upcoming. The turf is listed good. The rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. And the start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 5 Money Taker. They're off. There goes Daisy B. Daisy B and Jazz Time Girl. Trobe Ritz down toward the inside has early speed as well. Daisy B moves up and has the lead. Trobe Ritz will go second. Jazz Time Girl is third. Love Draco is in fourth position. Under One Sky is wide in the center of the course in fifth around the first turn. Bella Astern stays down toward the inside in sixth. Request for Proposal is traveling along in the seventh position. Spartina is eighth. High Meadows ninth. Mission Bell is next as they make the move off the first turn and up the backstretch back there in 10th. And Start Class is 11th. 23.58 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Daisy B against the rail leads it by a half length. Jazz Time Girl between horses and Under One Sky is there as well. Up on the far outside, the top 3 separated by less than 1 length. Trobe Ritz is along the rail in fourth. The first half mile in 48.17 seconds. Bella Astern is fifth to the far turn, 3 lengths off the lead. Then Love Draco to the outside. Request for Proposal moves by 1 spot to the inside. Up into the 6th position, still 6 lengths from the lead though. Midway on the final turn, Daisy B, Jazz Time Girl, and now Bella Astern and Trobe Ritz, who's finding some room down toward the inside, maybe off the turn, tries to move up between horses from that second position, and now looks toward the rail. In the meantime, Bella Astern from the outside coming after Daisy B. Trobe Ritz is trying to squeeze through down toward the inside. Request for Proposal goes to fourth. Daisy B leads at short lead. Trobe Ritz is still trying to come up the rail. It is Daisy B and Trobe Ritz. It is Daisy B hanging tough for James Graham. Daisy B to win it. Trobe Ritz second. Request for Proposal third, and Bella Astern was fourth. And they're off. Alberta's Sun outrunning for the early lead. Doc 7 is right there. Our Working Girl comes away a close-up third to second to the lead. Our Working Girl moves up, takes the lead a half length from Alberta's Sun in second by 2.5 lengths. And Doc 7 settles back in the third position, 1 lane off the rail. Shastaloo is fourth toward the inside. Silver Cloud rolls up on the outside into fifth within 4 lengths of the lead. Around the outside of Assertive Style, but a break of 5 more lengths back to the 2 trailers. Onto the far turn, Jill Babe to the inside, Mama Rio to the outside. Opening quarter was 21.88 seconds. Our Working Girl against the rail, leading Alberta Sun, who moves up within a neck of the lead. Now the top 2 on even terms. Alberta Sun moves up and has the lead off the turn. Silver Cloud moves into contention now from third into second. Still 2 lengths off the lead, though. Alberta Sun trying to kick free. 1/8 of a mile to go yet. 3-length advantage back to Silver Cloud in the second position. And then Assertive Style into third. Alberta Sun, Francisco Arrieta on top by a widening 4-length margin out to 5. It is Alberta Sun to win it. Silver Cloud will be home second. Assertive Style third. Shastaloo was fourth. At the post. They're off. Awkward beginning for Full Focus, who stumbled and went to her knees, but now recovers. She tries to move back up toward the inside from the back of the pack. In the meantime, Sunny Needs Money, the leader. Sunny Needs Money goes to the front as they head into the first turn. And then Cocoa Puff is going to swing up to the far outside of Surprising, is between horses. Full Focus has recovered, moves into contention, fourth. Down toward the inside, just 2 lengths off the early lead. Pour and Wee is fifth up on the outside around the first turn. And off the charts is last. It is Sunny Needs Money who shows the way, leading at 3/4 of a length. Cocoa Puff goes second a half length. Full Focus now third a half length. Surprising is fourth between horses by 1 length. Then Pour and Wee off the charts at the back. 24.47 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Sunny Needs Money, the leader. Sunny Needs Money on top a half length. Once again, Cocoa Puff is inching forward on the outside into second by 2. Full Focus third by 3/4 of a length, surprising. And then Pour and Wee just outside of Off the Charts. Opening half mile went in 49.72 seconds. Over to the far turn they go. Sunny Needs Money leads it by almost a full length. Here's Full Focus now taking aim, switches to the outside, and moves up to the outside of Cocoa Puff, who's there between those two. These three now contesting the lead, a 1/4 mile to go. Off the Charts is fourth, moves up within 2 lengths of the front trio, Pour and Wee, and then Surprising, who's last at the top of the stretch. Cocoa Puff and Full Focus go 1-2. Full Focus a narrow lead now as Cocoa Puff tries to respond down toward the inside. Full Focus, the leader, into the final furlong. Cocoa Puff is still there, but second. Pour and Wee goes to third, but 5 lengths away. Full Focus in front for Luis Saez. Full Focus wins it by a length on the line. Cocoa Puff was second. Pour and Wee was up for third, and Off the Charts was fourth.
What a victory for this daughter of Medina.
Post. And they're off. No K No broke absolutely last. There goes Divine Leader out for the lead from the far outside. And here comes Outlier kicking in down toward the inside amongst friends. Comes away running in the third position. Then a gap of 2. No K No, after breaking last, changes lanes to the outside, moves up into fourth by just ahead, 4 lengths off the lead. And then Critical Threat is in the 5th position. Richie is 6th. AC Expressway last to the 7. 22.48 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Divine Leader is the leader around the turn. On top by a length. Here's Amongst Friends just off the leader's flank into second, 3/4 of a length. Outlier third toward the inside. Gap of 2. No K No is fourth on the outside. Still 6 lengths off the lead to the top of the stretch. Divine Leader on top by a length and a half. A 1/4 mile to go. Amongst Friends is second by 2. Outlier looks toward the inside for running room in the third position. No K No is still far back with AC Expressway alongside that one in 5th. Divine Leader, final 8th mile, has opened up on a widening 3-length lead back to Outlier. Amongst Friends, No K No, AC Expressway 5th. Divine Leader, James Graham aboard. Divine Leader drawing clear for the victory. Amongst Friends across the line second. Outlier was home third. No K No finished in 4th. And they're off. Long pants required. Broke alertly. Here comes Miss Adeline. Ice Queen between that pair. And Charges dropped is moving up quickly on the far outside as well. Ice Queen, a lane off the rail, has the early lead. Miss Adeline, Charges dropped on the outside. And Long Pants Required, who is fourth down toward the inside. There goes Suki, moving up in 5th. I Hear You is in 6th. Foolery is 7th into the first turn. Social Dilemma is outward from the rail in the 8th spot. Runaway Mom between horses 9th. Sursum Corda down to the inside in 10th. Silky Warrior 3 wide in 11th position. Dance Recital is last of the 12. 23.91 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Ice Queen is the leader, but only by 3/4 of a length. Here's Miss Adeline between horses and Charges dropped, who's there up on the far outside. A close third in the center of the course. Less than a length off the lead. Long Pants Required, fourth down toward the inside. And then I Hear You, who's fifth in between horses, 3 lengths from the front. Suki is there to her outside. Opening half, 48.42 seconds. Still a 3-way shuffle for the lead. From the rail out, Ice Queen. Miss Adeline, Charges dropped to the far outside. And Long Pants Required there behind that front trio against the rail in 4th. A length and a half off the lead. I Hear You, 5th on her outside. Foolery is in 6th. Social Dilemma is in 7th position. Sursum Corda, 8th against the rail, 8 lengths from the front, top of the stretch. Ice Queen is the leader. Charges dropped, and then Long Pants Required, who's looking for running room in behind that front pair. And I Hear You striding forward from 3rd to 2nd. right alongside of Charges dropped. Long pants required. Had to change lanes to the far outside from third. Foolery to fourth and Sursum Corda. Charges dropped short lead. I hear you alongside. Charges dropped. I hear you. Charges dropped. I hear you. These two battling all the way down to the line. I hear you gets up from Charges dropped, who was across the line in second, and then Foolery rallied up for third. They're off. There goes All Luck, hustled away from the gate for the early lead. Minnesota Sunset is there in the opening strides, and Laura's Charm, who quickly slides down next to the rail into third around the first turn. Awkward move there for Maybe Lucky and Wild, and Let's Be Clear had to go very wide into the first turn. Now settles down 3 lanes off the rail, but up front, All Luck is the leader by 3/4 of a length. Minnesota Sunset is second by 3/4 of a length. Laura's Charm is in third. Maybe Lucky and Wild fourth up on the outside. Runnin' Happy fifth between horses. Let's Be Clear is sixth on the outside, up within 5 lengths of the lead. Miss Jameson is seventh. Code for Success is eighth. Opening quarter, 23.8 seconds. All Luck is the leader. All Luck shows the way by 3/4 of a length up the back stretch. And Minnesota Sunset is right there alongside and second by 2. Laura's Charm third by just a neck. And then Maybe Lucky and Wild fourth up on the outside. Let's Be Clear, going to have to go wide to the far turn to the outside of horses, but starts to move up into fourth. Let's Be Clear is determined now to pick up more positions. Runnin' Happy had to check there in traffic further back and lost several lengths. 48.2 seconds was the time for the opening half mile. Now Minnesota Sunset is up to take the lead with a 1/4 mile to go and leads it only by a neck. All Luck is still there to the inside. Then a gap of 3 more lengths to Laura's Charm and a gap of 7. Let's Be Clear, not making any further progress off the far turn and has lost ground to the top of the short stretch. And Minnesota Sunset in the meantime is in a tussle with All Luck. Past the 16th pole, All Luck a narrow lead, All Luck increasing the lead. Minnesota Sunset is second, All Luck and Florent Giroux to win it by 2.5 lengths on the line. Minnesota Sunset was second, Laura's Charm third. Code for Success was fourth. They're off in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Averly Jane comes right out for the lead. Detroit City has early speed as well. Roman Poet there up on the outside, now moving into second by a neck. Detroit City is third. Diamond City fourth up on the outside. Circle Back Jack is fifth. And then Big Boss Ben sixth is in between horses. Coffee Maker seventh toward the rail. Pure Panic is eighth. Bonus Appreciation is last of the 9 as they enter the far turn. 21.64 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Averly Jane against the rail leads it by almost a full length. Roman Poet second ahead. Diamond City third up on the outside. Detroit City is fourth back toward the inside. Circle Back Jack is fifth. 7 lengths from the lead. Coffee Maker 8 lengths to make up. Averly Jane to catch. They turn for home. Averly Jane opens up on a 3-length lead. Detroit City is second by a neck. Roman Poet goes third up on the outside. Coffee Maker is fourth and running late down toward the rail. Averly Jane in front. Detroit City in second. Coffee Maker third to the inside. Averly Jane, though, has a 4-length lead in deep stretch. It is Averly Jane, Tyler Gaffalione to win the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Multiple horse photo to separate second, third, and fourth. The time 1 minute 2.65. And they're off in the Judd Mott Spinster. There goes Latruska As expected, Latruska right to the front of the opening strides. En Vuitante comes away in second. Crystal Ball is away third up on the outside. Town Avenger comes away in fourth. Dunbar Road is fifth. And Bonnie South last of the six as they move into the first turn. Latruska the leader. Latruska gets down next to the rail and saves ground around the turn now, leading it by 3 lengths. En Vuitante is second by just a head. And then Town Avenger is third by a length and a half. Crystal Ball fourth and neck just outside of Dunbar Road. Bonnie South is last. 24 seconds flat was the time for the opening quarter. On to the backstretch here at Keeneland in the Juddmonte Spinster, and Latruska shows the way. Latruska on top 3.5 lengths. En Vuitante second ahead. Town Avenger is there in third toward the inside and now contesting that second position once again. Crystal Ball is fourth, another length and a half behind that pair. Dunbar Road, Bonnie South at the back, 5 lengths covers the field after an opening half mile in 47.89 seconds. Latruska leads by a length to the far turn. Town Avenger, En Vuitante between horses, Crystal Ball to the far outside. 3-way shuffle for second continues, a length and a half behind Latruska. Bonnie South, Dunbar Road, side by side at the back. Around the far turn, Latruska in front by 2. By 2.5, by 3 lengths now. Crystal Ball being asked for more in second. Dunbar Road, Bonnie South move as a team out to the center of the track. Top of the stretch, tall task ahead to try to catch Latruska. Latruska leads it by 4 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Dunbar Road to second, Bonnie South in third. Final furlong of the Juddmonte Spinster. Latruska chased all the way by Dunbar Road and Bonnie South. Latruska's already past the 16th pole. Latruska by 3. Latruska and Erod Ortiz Jr. to win the Juddmonte Spinster by 2.5 lengths over Dunbar Road. Bonnie South was third. The time 1 minute 49.01 seconds. At the post. And they're off in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. Stolen Base, Dowajack Chief both have early speed. Martini and Moonshine is right there, a close third. Here comes Heaven Street. Heaven Street moves up. Play Action Pass moves up as well on the outside. Credibility is close down toward the inside. Tis the Bomb comes away running in the 5th position, but Heaven Street the leader. Heaven Street clears. The inside traffic starts to angle down to the inside, right next to the rail, and leads it by a length and a half. And is followed closely by Play Action Pass in second. Dowajack Chief third. Tis the Bomb fourth. Red Danger fifth on the outside. Credibility back there in the 6th position. Wait a Minute Hayes is a wide 7th. Fast and Steady is in 8th. Martini and Moonshine 9th. Rocket One is in 10th up the back stretch. Stolen Base is now back in the 11th spot. On Thin Ice is in 12th. Brit's Wit is 13th. Lucky Boss last of the 14. 22.94 at the quarter. 47.54 seconds for the opening half mile. Heaven Street is the leader for Ricardo Santana Jr. 3/4 of a length. Play Action Pass draws alongside, though, from the 2nd position. Dowajack Chief is third. Behind that pair, Red Danger looking toward the outside in 4th. Tis the Bomb is 5th between horses and still 5 lengths off the lead. Then Martini and Moonshine. Rocket One going to have to go wide off the turn. Credibility looks for room toward the inside. 6 from the front, top of the stretch. Here comes Play Action Pass after Heaven Street, who still has the lead. Dowajack Chief and Red Danger. Dowajack Chief and Red Danger try to get on track to the outside of Play Action Pass. Heaven Street drops back. Red Danger to the lead. Tis the Bomb is trying to move late with Credibility. Here comes Tis the Bomb up on the outside. Tis the Bomb after Red Danger and Credibility between that pair. Tis the Bomb. Late run from Stolen Base to 5th. Tis the Bomb. Stolen Base behind him. Tis the Bomb wins it from Stolen Base home second. 1 minute 43.69 seconds in the Castle and Key Bourbon. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is good. Rail set at 10 feet for the turf racing today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and the early pick 5 will also get underway. No changes in that first event. Second race, that's the start of the early pick 4. In race 2, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Third event, that's where the pick 6 begins today. Third race, that's the start of the pick 6. Scratch number 3, Bugle of War. Scratch 3, Bugle of War. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on the third race. No superfecta on race 3. Fourth race, start of the late pick 5, also the start of the Keeneland turf pick 3. In that fourth event, scratch the 5, Talk Radio. Scratch the 5, Talk Radio. Fifth race is where the late pick 4 gets underway. In the fifth race, scratch 1, Storming Lion. Scratch number 1, Storming Lion. No superfecta on that fifth race. No superfecta on race 5. Sixth event, scratch number 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch number 12, You Like This. Again, scratch 8, Mrs. Claus, scratch 12, You Like This. Please note number 13, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. Seventh event, scratch the 6, Absolute Chaos. Scratch number 6, Absolute Chaos. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 7. No superfecta on race 7. Featured 8th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,158. 8th race is the featured J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes, Grade 2. Take out the also eligibles 15 and 16, Blissful and Haughty. They did not draw into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Very happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us here at Keeneland, Scott and Gabby will be with you through the course of this 8-race card with the final Breeders' Cup Winning Your In Challenge Series race taking place here today for this season. It's the Grade 2 J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine.
That's a Breeders' Cup win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. And it's a loaded field today, but a lot of focus on the Brad Cox trainee and Turner Loose.
That's the number 3 filly in there. She's undefeated, daughter of Nyquist, Keeneland September sales graduate from just last year in 2020. And she's made over $331,000, and she comes off of a very easy victory in the Juvenile Fillies over at Kentucky Downs.
There's a lot of directions to go in, though. I think Dressed is a contender that you can pay attention to. Also, Mist Haven, who's a half-sister to a Grade 1 winner on the turf, and Bobby's Kitten. So it is a loaded field. We also have Diamond Wow, who scratched out of the Alcibiades last week for this spot today.
It is a good field. It is a big field, part of the late pick 5, late pick 4, and also the focus of today's carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, carryover $8,100. So make sure you get involved in that Super High 5, which is race number 8, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. We're 21 minutes away from the Wednesday opener. Taking a look at the group of fillies down in the paddock for race number 1. 7 furlongs will be the distance. It's a maiden $75,000 claiming event. And there's a look at the 3-horse, my top selection, Bees and Honey, a filly by Union Rags, who comes off of a strong effort at Ellis Park going a mile. She ran 6 furlongs, Gabby, on debut. She likes to close, but she adds blinkers here today. And I think the class relief is the biggest reason why she is even money and most likely to win this race.
And she improved in her second race. She got a fast pace to close into, but she definitely had an improved performance. And the mile at Ellis Park is kind of a funky it's kind of an unconventional mile on their main track. So I actually think cutting back from that mile to the 7/8 here, one turn distance, she should be able to get the right type of trip, Scott. But with the blinkers on, I don't know if she's going to be too far off of it. I think she could probably sit a stalking trip. And look, she's the class of the race. She's the horse to beat.
You've got the one on top living for today for John Ortiz. Raylu Gutierrez is in the saddle, or will be in the saddle of this filly. How is she going to be able to win from this rail post position?
I hope that she does have a little bit improved speed. She should be able to be fresh off of that layoff. But yes, that is a major concern. I simply picked her on top because I think she's the likeliest upsetter in here. We saw those, whether it be claiming races, maiden races, allowance races, stakes races at Oaklawn. They came up really tough, and we've seen horses kind of hold their form going elsewhere over the past several months since the winter and spring at Oaklawn. So I just thought that she, in terms of class, Scott, was kind of the likeliest upsetter here.
We've both got the 5 as our third choice. I just simply went to the class drop that she's taking. She comes out of much tougher company. She was 39-1 when she finished 6th in a field of 12 at Churchill Downs. That was sprinting in a very quickly run race. I think that she'll be far more in contention and hopefully can be a little bit sharper away from the starting gate.
She's been a bit of a project. They've tried her long on the turf. They've tried her sprinting on the dirt. They've tried so many things with her, and ultimately she probably just needs this, a drop in class. But she has been a little unpredictable, and Scott, she can't afford to get out of the gate as slowly as she did last time out. She has to break a bit sharper in order to be in contention here.
Race number 1 offers the first double of the day, exacta trifecta, pick 3, and the early pick 5 starts with race number 1. 18 minutes to get those plays in.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maidens with a $75,000 claiming price. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. 7 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double, pick 3, and early pick 5 wagering. Main track fast, turf listed good. No changes in the first race. Post time at 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from this Wednesday opener, maiden $75,000 claimers, and they'll be going 7 furlongs. The 3 Bees and Honey has gone down to 4 to 5. This is my best angle of the day. I think one of the most likely winners of the day, Gabby, dropping in class. She showed some good energy when she first came out with the pony. Now she's settled in as she's got 7 minutes before she gets set for her 3rd career start.
And she definitely physically looks the part here today for Reeve McGahee. The blinkers going on her, as you mentioned. And now she's perked up a little bit on the track, which is something you like to see. She's now feeling very good now that the rider, Florent Giroux, is trying to get a little bit of a warm-up in her, but sticking with the pony right now.
Let's go over to the 5-horse, Lady Clementine. She's another one that showed some good energy, and there's a nice, strong warm-up from this daughter of Pioneer of the Nile, looking for the right class level, and we'll see if she responds with the drop down in class that she's taking.
I'm happy to see her get this strong warm-up because she was slow out of the gate last time out, and that's going to make or break her performance, Scott. She can't afford to be lengths off of this small field today. She has to get out of the gate.
6 minutes to post. Race 1 on a Wednesday card, which features 8 races. The feature is the final race today, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Breeders' Cup Win in Your In Challenge Series race. But looking forward to kicking off the opener here in just 6 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. Racing on a Wednesday afternoon at Keeneland, and quickly there goes Lady Clementine out for the early lead on the break, and here comes Super Sport. Super Sport moves up, Lady Clementine, and then codename Lisa far outside is away running in third. Living for today is there in fourth. Bees and Honey moves up one spot from last, out in the center of the track within 5 lengths of the lead, moves up around Benedictine Sisters, who is last at the midpoint of the back stretch. Super Sport against the rail leads it by 3/4 of a length. And here comes Bees and Honey far outside. Lady Clementine and then codename Lisa between horses. 22.97 seconds was the time for that opening quarter. Out of the far turn they go. Bees and Honey far outside starts to draw alongside of Super Sport against the rail, who still leads at a half length. Bees and Honey second by 3 lengths around the turn. Lady Clementine has lost ground to the top 2. She's now back in third only by a neck. Codename Lisa is fourth on the outside, gap of 3. Living for today, gap of 5 more. Benedictine Sisters 46.32 seconds for that opening half mile. Side by side for the lead off the far turn. Super Sport, Bees and Honey. Bees and Honey, Super Sport. These two continue to go at it. Bees and Honey now has the lead. Coming to the 8th pole, Bees and Honey drawing clear by a widening 3-4 length margin. Super Sport second by 7. Back to Lady Clementine. Living for today, fourth toward the rail. 16th pole, Bees and Honey. Florent Giroux, Bees and Honey going to cruise on home to take the Keeneland opener. Super Sport will get across the line in the second position, and then it was Lady Clementine in third, followed by Benedictine Sisters in fourth.
As easy of a win as we've seen all meet, Bees and Honey, she just took her time to range up alongside the pace setter, Super Sport, and when Florent Giroux asked at the top of the stretch, she opened up easily on this group.
That's how a best bet should win, Scott. Congratulations. This filly just drawing off in the end. Really, no contest with any of the other individuals in this race. She draws off, and it's just a simple gallop in the end under Florent Giroux, who might be on tap for a big day. 3-4-5-2 unofficially in the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 3 Bees and Honey first, the 4 Super Sport second, number 5 Lady Clementine third, 2 Benedictine Sisters was fourth. 3-4-5-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first, number 3, Bees and Honey. Owned by Gainesway Stable of Anthony Beck, owned also by Andrew Rosen, trained by Reeve McGahee, the jockey Florent Giroux. Bees and Honey, 3-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Wickedly Smart by Smart Strike, bred in Kentucky by Gainesway Thoroughbreds Limited and AR Enterprises Incorporated. The 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.73 seconds. First race, results official, 3-4-5-2, the official results for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Turf listed good, the rail set at 10 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Third race, scratch 3, Bugle of War. Third race, scratch 3, Bugle of War. A reminder, no superfecta on that third event. Fourth race, scratch the 5, Talk Radio. That's the fourth race, scratch 5, Talk Radio. Fifth race, scratch the 1, Storming Lion. Fifth race, scratch number 1, Storming Lion. No superfecta on race 5.
20 minutes away from race number 2, started the early pick 4 here at Keeneland, and they'll be going a mile and 3/16 on the good listed turf course. There's Conglomerate, the 7-5 favorite. My top selection in here, Gabby, comes off of a strong effort last time out at Saratoga over yielding ground. Going to add blinkers to this son of Lemon Drop Kid as he gets set for his 4th start. So we'll see what that does as far as position early. Maybe he'll be a little bit more in the race with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle.
He was coming in off of a year layoff last time out at Saratoga, and he did not get away very well. It wasn't a poor beginning, but it was an awkward beginning, just kind of shaking off some of that rust, I think. But the blinkers on today will help him hopefully break a little bit sharper. And Scott, unfortunately, he just lost to a gate-to-wire winner in Aban. He was a runaway winner. He won by over 7 lengths, and he did come back to finish second in an A other than at Belmont. So he lost to a worthy winner, and he's the horse to beat. There's no denying that.
You've got Mount Kenya, the 11, as your top selection there. He is son of Animal Kingdom out of the Vicky Oliver barn, back on the turf. Looks to be a positive move.
Yeah, he only has 1 start on the turf course, and that was his race 2 starts back. He was second, lost to Reward Night in that event, and I thought it was good enough in order for him to be competitive in this field. I think his best surface and distance is 2 turns on the turf, and he gets back to just that here today.
You can see they've got the pony with him, trying to keep him level as they put the saddle on him. So this obviously was part of the plan coming in, knowing that this is the type of activity that you get from him in the paddock as he gets saddled. The whole team of individuals there with him, putting that saddle on him. The number 9 horse is where we'll move to next. Freddie Flincher comes off of a Kentucky Downs race, has run some solid efforts in the past, including right here at Keeneland.
I just worry about him dropping too far off of the pace. Again, this is an important race, I think, to just observe and see how these horses will do closing from off of it, because it was really difficult for horses to make up too much ground last weekend. The turf course definitely changed over the course of over the 3 days, so we'll see how it changes, as we haven't had any rain, Scott, and I would imagine that it's going to dry out pretty nicely, as it is a warm, humid day today.
You've got the 4 in your top 3 selections as your third choice, Charger. I would imagine that you're looking towards this horse given the early position that he should have in this race?
That's exactly right. He has had some stamina issues before in the past, but maybe this turf course can help him along. I don't think any other horse in this field is fast enough to run with him early, and overall it doesn't look like there's too much speed. So I actually think he can hang on for a piece of it at a big price. A Conglomerate, the favorite, he's not that slow if he breaks a little bit sharper, but Charger, he seemingly is a clear-cut speed here, Scott.
17 minutes to post now. They'll be on the good turf course going a mile and 3/16. Race 2 at Keeneland coming up.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's second race, the Green Lantern, maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, a mile and 3/16 over the turf listed good, rail at 10 feet. Double, pick 3, and early pick 4 wagering here. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time at 7 minutes.
There's a look at the number 6 horse, Tom Leach's long shot play of the day. 6-1 right now on Warbird for Michael McCarthy, adding blinkers and looking good as he gets set for this race in 5 minutes as he warms up with Florent Giroux.
Scott, I loved how this horse looked on track today. He was just very classy individual. Obviously, he does get the blinkers on today for the first time for Michael McCarthy. But I think the class is there, and I just also love his presence on track. You have to upgrade him in this event.
Let's go over to the 8 horse, who's 15-1 right now, colt by Animal Kingdom, a 3-year-old tackling some older foes here today. Rudy Brisset sending this one postward. What do you make of his opportunity here today as he stays at a longer distance?
Well, just like we spoke about on the Today at Keeneland show, Scott, some horses love Kentucky Downs and some absolutely hate it. And I think that the latter was the case for him. He did not look comfortable the entire running of the race. He's a better horse than I think what was suggested in the 1.5 mile event at Kentucky Downs. And I just also love how his energy on track today. I was watching him in the post parade with the pony, and he's very upbeat. He's on his toes, just really positive energy today. I hope he can show a little bit more speed, and you would think that he can, given this distance on the turf. If you kind of draw a line through his performance at Kentucky Down, his other 2 races were at a mile, and I just don't think he can keep up with those horses at a mile. He's a big, good-looking horse, so this seems more suitable for him.
The 3 Winworthy, nice-looking chestnut, son of Noble Mission, sent out by Joe Sharp. He's getting some attention. He's 5-1 right now. That's making him the 3rd choice in the wagering behind the 10 and 11. But Joe said to me over in the paddock side, Gabby, he just needs to work out a better trip. That's been the issue with him. And also, he does feel that he's a little bit better on the turf course that has some give in it as we're dealing with today.
Well, that is definitely a good little tidbit because he should have those conditions here today. He's a big, burly-looking horse, a lot of condition to him, and he kind of seems like a horse that can't afford to get into trouble because it probably takes him a little too long to recover.
3 minutes away from race number 2. Good event, good wagering opportunity. The 10 continues to be the heavy favorite, Conglomerate, for the Klarovich Stables and trainer Chad Brown.
Horses have reached the starting gate, moving into line for race 2, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Charger along with Fed Money, who's down toward the inside. Charger's going to move by, though, and take the early lead. The Blue Dragon moves out in the center of the course. Conglomerate going to be up close in between horses, along with Mount Kenya, who's away running in 5th, now moves up in 4th, but caught 3 lanes off the rail as they make the move down toward the first turn. Up front, the Blue Dragon right alongside of Charger. The Blue Dragon has a neck in front. Charger goes second by 3 lengths. Conglomerate third, a lane off the rail. And then Fed Money is 4th down toward the inside. Mount Kenya still 3 wide and 5th around the turn. Warbird saves ground at 6th. Tolkien is 7th in between horses. McLovin a wide 8th around the first turn. Coastal Waters back toward the inside is 9th. Freddie Flincher is 10th. February Sun is 11th. Winworthy is last of the 12. It was 23.14 seconds for the quarter, 47.23 seconds for the opening half mile. The Blue Dragon Dragon leads. The Blue Dragon has gotten clear of Charger as they head up the backstretch. 2 lengths now separate the top 2. Gap of 2 more from Charger back to Conglomerate third. Still a lane off the rail as Fed Money is there to the inside and fourth. Mount Kenya is fifth up on the outside, 6 lengths from the front. Tolkien is in the 6th position between horses. Warbird 7th toward the inside in some traffic and still 7 lengths off the lead. McLovin gears up and goes wide around the far turn and has to go out to the center of the course within 5 lengths of the lead, though. And Mount Kenya mounts a challenge from third. Charger, Mount Kenya both stack up to the outside of the Blue Dragon coming off the turn. McLovin is in the center of the course in fourth, still 3 lengths off the lead. Conglomerates in between horses and in behind horses in fifth as they turn for home. Mount Kenya to the lead. McLovin tries to sustain this rally and tries to draw alongside of Mount Kenya. Winworthy is coming on the far outside. Winworthy and Tyler Gaffalione moving after McLovin, who's got the lead. Mount Kenya third. Winworthy just keeps coming after McLovin. McLovin is stubborn toward the inside. McLovin, Winworthy. Winworthy gets up by a neck over McLovin home second. Multiple horse photo to separate third and fourth.
Quite a stretch run from Winworthy. He was dead last early on in this race, and he was still well back there, Gabby Gaudet, as he started to kick it in. A long stretch run for him as we see a horse come from way out of it on the turf course at now this meet here at Keeneland.
His trainer, Joe Sharp, said he needed a smooth trip, and that's exactly what he got under Tyler Gaffalione. He knew that he was on a horse that was much the best, so he kept him out in the clear to have that unencumbered run from off of the pace, and he gets the victory over a hard-fought McLovin, who will finish second. But the win goes to Winworthy here in race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 3, Winworthy finished first. Number 8, McLovin was second. 11, Mount Kenya third. 2, February Sun was fourth. 3, 8, 11, 2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Green Lantern, 3, Winworthy, owned by Highlander Training Center of Larry Hirsch, trained by Joe Sharp. The jockey is Tyler Gaffalione. Winworthy, a 3-year-old son of Noble Mission, out of Striking Style by Spart Strike, winner bred in Kentucky by Bill Harrigan, Mike Petrangelo, and Caldera Farm Incorporated. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile in 3/16 over the turf, listed good in 1 minute 55.82 seconds. Race 2, results official. 3-8, 11-2, the official results, Keeneland's second race. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Green Lantern to the winning connections of Winworthy. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. No carryover. Pick 6 begins here. Scratch 3, Bugle of War. 3 Bugle of War scratched. No superfecta on this third event. Fourth race, scratch the 5, Talk Radio. Fourth race, scratch the 5, Talk Radio. Fifth race, scratch the 1, Storming Lion. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 1. Storming Lion. No superfecta on race 5. Sixth event, scratch number 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch number 12, You Like This. Scratch number 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch number 12, You Like This. A reminder, number 13, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. Seventh event, scratch the 6, Absolute Chaos. Seventh race, scratch 6, Absolute Chaos. No superfecta on race 7. Eighth and featured and final race, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Take out the also eligibles 15 and 16. They did not draw into the race. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race number 3, 17 minutes to post. We're looking at Fort Knox right now. My top selection, a son of Golden Sense for Keith DeSormo, playing the class drop here more than anything, Gabby. I think that any of his recent races when he ran for a tag, non-1 is a 2 lifetime, are good enough to deal with this group here today as he clicks to 9-5.
Yeah, Scott, I did use him in the top 3, but I'll be honest, I used him in the top 3 because my top pick scratched. So you like him a bit more than I do. There are a couple of horses in here that are getting class reliefs. I just not crazy of the fact that he's 1 for 15, and sometimes he does his best to try to lose. But with this smaller field and the fact that he does have some speed, I think he could definitely use that to his advantage at 1 mile and a 16th today.
The 6 has been the favorite, and looks like he'll be hard to dislodge from that position right now with the way that he is being played. He's a son of Distorted Humor who comes off of a win last time out. I mean, I like this horse, no question about it, but I just wonder how much was he moved forward by that muddy track that he caught at Saratoga?
I think he was. My biggest concern was how good that race actually was, because it was scheduled for the turf, and it wound up raining off and was on the main track. I went back, and there were 3 next out winners in the race, Scott. The second place finisher came back to win a maiden 50. The third place finisher came back to win his next 2, getting mid-80 Beyer speed figures. So that race was actually very tough, and in some ways he's the class of the field here.
Englander, the number 4 horse, my third choice, your second choice. 4-1 right now. English Channel, 6-year-old. Blinkers come off. That's the change being made by Jason Barkley, who claimed this horse last time out for $20,000 and bumps him up for $30,000, keeps him on the dirt. I mean, I think that there's some upside when you're willing to claim a horse like this, whose form was just okay in his recent races coming into that last race. But I think that Jason must have had something in mind here as far as taking the blinkers off and changing things up.
His speed is his best weapon in this race, and I would imagine that James Graham is going to send him along on the front end. His last race is a little concerning just because he showed speed and then absolutely stopped, and he was well placed there. He was 5-1 in that event. However, they did go quick. If you look at the fractions, interior fractions, 22 and 4, 46 flat, that's probably too fast for that level. I don't see them going that quick today.
Race number 3, just waiting for a riders up call here as we progress through this 8-race card at Keeneland.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's third race. 3-year-olds and up, a $30,000 claiming price. A mile and a 16th over the main track, which is listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch 3, Bugle of War. Scratch 3, Bugle of War. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta, but double and pick 3 wagering are featured, and this is the start of the pick 6. Main track is fast, turf is good, 6 minutes to post.
There's a look at the number 6 horses. We're 5 minutes away from race at number 3, and Gabby, no longer the favorite. The 2 has taken that position, Fort Knox, and they'll go back and forth over these next 5 minutes, but leading west, making a nice appearance out here, coming off of that very impressive win at Saratoga.
I am pretty surprised that he's not a heavier favorite here and that the 2 is at 7-5 right now. I thought that even with the scratch of the 3, leading west in many ways was the horse to beat. So I'm sticking with him, especially after taking a look at him on the track side. I'm just impressed by how he's behaving and the form that he has coming into the race.
The number 4 horse is Englander. We touched on him, but the one thing that I will say after having a conversation with Jason Barkley is that he's pretty bullish as far as his opportunity here today. He says that this horse could go gate to wire and would be very tough to catch if he gets out on the front end. And he said the reason that he claimed him, he's always kept track of this horse and he wanted to wait for him to get to the right level as far as taking him, and he thought that 20 was that right level, and obviously they went ahead and pulled the trigger. But he also said that his best races have come going 2 turns on the dirt. His last 2 races were 1-turn races, so at 4-1, this horse is worth a strong look at a win wager or obviously being included in your multi-race exotics based on what Jason Barkley had to say.
His last 3 dirt races have been at 1 turn, Scott, so it's been a while since he's managed to go 2 turns on the dirt, and a lot of the time we see that horses sometimes just need 2 turns if they have speed to get on the front end, take a breather, relax. When you look at the interior fractions of a mile and a 16th race versus a 1-turn mile race, they're so different. So I would have to agree with Jason, and I think he's going to be very dangerous on the front end. He looks to be the fastest early.
And he's warming up nicely out there on the track. 4 minutes to post, race 3 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the start of the pick 6. First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Englander from between horses out for the lead. Fort Knox is there to the inside. Here's Leading West moving forward from the far outside, but Englander has the early lead. Englander, James Graham to the front, getting over next to the rail now and hugging that rail around the first turn to save some ground. Leading West, not quite so fortunate, caught a lane off the rail around the turn and second, 1 length off the lead. Fort Knox is settled to the inside in third, a length and a half to Lemonade Stand in fourth, and AK Safari is last of the 5. The opening quarter went to 23.95 seconds. Englander has the lead. Onto the backstretch, Englander by 3/4 of a length. Leading West goes second a length. Here's Lemonade Stand challenging Fort Knox for third. They start to move as a team toward the far outside, and AK Safari at the back, but right there with the rest at the midpoint of the backstretch. Englander continues to show the way. Englander got an opening half mile in 48.25 seconds. Here's Leading West, though, just a half length off the lead. So Englander to the inside, Leading West alongside, gap of 2 back to Fort Knox, AK Safari, and then Lemonade Stand, who had been up in the tussle toward the front, is now last onto the far turn, with Englander still the leader. And Leading West still continues to apply pressure from the outside. Here's Leading West again, this time poking ahead in front. Past the quarter pole, Fort Knox is trying to gear up third. Englander losing ground around the far turn to the top of the short stretch. AK Safari starts to move up third, still 6 lengths off the lead, and it is Leading West in front. Fort Knox is second, 2 lengths separate the top two, then a gap of 4 more back to AK Safari. Into the final furlong, Leading West, a 3-length margin, 3.5 now back to Fort Knox. AK Safari in third. Leading West, Tyler Gaffalione about to pick up another. Leading West is the winner. Fort Knox was across the line in second position, and then it was AK Safari finishing third.
Leading West was part of our Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland and comes home an easy winner at the end of it as the second choice at odds of 7-5. Looked like for a moment, Gabby, there was going to be a battle developing between the 6 and the 2, but right about that time that you thought it was going to happen, the 6 spurts away and wins it very easily.
Tyler Gaffalione in the zone today. Definitely an aggressive ride, taking it to the speed in the 4 Englander early. He wasn't able to get off with slow fractions in the early stages of the race, and it was a perfect tactical ride by Tyler Gaffalione to get leading west into the winner's circle today.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 6 Leading West was first, 2 Fort Knox was second, 1 AK Safari third, the 4 Englander fourth, 6-2-1-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, 6 Leading West, owned by Michael Dubb, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuhman, David Simon, Bethlehem Stables LLC of Michael Caruso, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione, who goes back-to-back on the card. Leading West, a 4-year-old Ridgeling by Distorted Humor out of Lizzie's Union by Dixie Union, bred in Kentucky by Whisper Hill Farm LLC. Mile and the 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.86 seconds. Third race results official, 6-2-1-4, the official results for Keeneland's third race. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here, start of the late pick 5, and also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 4, 6, and 8. Main track is listed fast. The turf is listed good. Rail set at 10 feet for the turf racing. Scratch 5, Talk Radio. In this fourth race, Scratch 5, Talk Radio. Fifth race, a reminder, Scratch 1, Storming Lion. Fifth race, Scratch 1, Storming Lion, no superfecta on race 5. Sixth race, scratch number 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch the 12, You Like This. That's in the sixth race, scratch 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch 12, You Like This. A reminder, number 13, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. Seventh race, scratch 6, Absolute Chaos. That's the seventh race, scratch 6, Absolute Chaos. No superfecta on race 7. Eighth and featured race. Take out the also eligibles 15 and 16. They did not draw into the race. That's the eighth and featured J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Take out the also eligibles 15 and 16. Did not draw into the race.
Race number 4, 18 minutes to post, and this is a very good group. You've got an entry in here that's sitting at odds of 6 to 5. I'm going to start, though, with the 8 and look for a price here, and hopefully can keep this rolling with Tyler Gaffalione on the afternoon, as he's already got a couple of wins here early in the card. Peter's Kitten, we talked about Kentucky Downs form, Gabby. I think that this is a situation where you just got to dismiss that Kentucky Downs race, give this mare a pass, and hope that she can return to the form that we saw from her prior to that at Ellis over the conventional course. That's the angle that I've got with the 8. Maker and Gaffalione don't hurt either, and this is a great price, 12 to 1 on Peter's Kitten.
It is. I did not use her in the top 3, but I definitely agree with you about giving her a pass with the Kentucky Downs form. Once again, some horses like it, some don't, and that was a tough race. We'll see Empress Eleanor. She's a favorite in a later race today, so it was just a quality group of fillies. I think when you look at this race, you really have to ask yourself who's the class, and it's hard to determine that, Scott. A lot of these horses have similar form.
The number 2 horse, 9 to 1, Undisturbed, who draws the rail because of the entry, riding a 2-race win streak. Can this filly go wire to wire at a mile and a half? Is the big question.
We shall see. The 2 horse, yes, Undisturbed. Yeah, can she stretch out is the question. I looked at this race and I used her in second when no horse could really close on the turf, but we already saw a closer win on the turf so far today, so maybe we could see a change in surface. Undisturbed, she's good, she's fast, but can she go a mile and a half is the question.
Let's go to your top selection, the 1 Stand Tall for Rusty Arnold, Ashbrook Farm, and Mr. G. Watts Humphrey Jr., Uncle Mo filly, who's looking for her 3rd lifetime score coming in from Kentucky Downs out of that tough $550,000 stakes race a month ago.
She always seems like when she comes in off of a little bit of a freshing, a layoff, she's better in her second start into the cycle, and that's what she's sitting on right now. She came back off of a few months from June to September. She was in the thick of it early. I liked to see that she was at least forwardly placed against Stakes Company. And she's just tired late, but she didn't lose by many lengths, only just about 2.5, which is not bad. I think it'll set her up for a big performance today, and she won't be on the lead, but I do think she'll be forwardly placed, which will help her stay in the clear.
Let's take a look at the 3, Enjoy It While We Can. Irad riding for Mike Maker. And this is a filly that also comes in from Kentucky Downs. And she also was part of that Grade 3 Modesty that was taken by Naval Laughter. Naval Laughter will be running later on this afternoon, so keep an eye on what this filly, mare I should say, is able to do here today and use it when Naval Laughter goes postward for Chris Davis.
Yeah, Naval Laughter is a horse that you and I both agree on, surprisingly, later today in one of our featured events. Enjoy it while we can. I don't think she was too keen on the mile last time out. I thought she handled the surface just fine, but she needs a longer distance, and she gets that today.
As does Honor Hop. She gets the longer distance, working in a mile and a half, comes off of a run and a win at Kentucky Downs where she had Joel Rosario. Joel Rosario was unstoppable at that Kentucky Downs meeting, it seemed. But Honor Hop, you can understand why this filly would make sense in here as she sits at 4 to 1. That makes her the second choice right now with the entry being so heavily backed.
That was the question for me. It was her class in here. Yes, she is in very good form lately, but there were a couple of starts where she went against Starter Allowance Company. She just got through the A other than level last time out. And Scott, there are some other fillies and mares in here that have gone against Stakes Company, have gone against 2 other than Allowance Company, and sometimes I think that is the biggest class test, going from a first level allowance to a second level allowance. So I would just question what price you're willing to take on her.
A mile and a half will be the distance for these fillies and mares. Race number 4. Don't forget, this does begin the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 4, 6, and 8 make up that $3 minimum wager.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Hurstland Allowance fillies and mares age 3 and up. Mile and a half on the turf, listed good, rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5, also the start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 4, 6, and 8. Scratch 5, Talk Radio. Number 5, Talk Radio. Scratched, post time in 7 minutes.
Entry remains the favorite, 8-5, as we're 6 minutes away from this fourth race. They'll be going a mile and a half on the turf course, and there is Stand Tall, part of that entry. This is a filly that's conditioned by Rusty Arnold and Gabby. The thing that he said to me over on the other side as he was legging up Florent Giroux is that she's a natural stayer. Hopefully she can outstay the competition, and what he means by that, for those that are unfamiliar with that term, they just sort of keep that, they establish a position and they're able to stay in that spot, simply put. So if she's able to get forward position, that's going to be key for Stand Tall to try to come away with a victory here today.
She certainly looks revved up today, Scott. You can see her just very much on her toes. She is getting a little warm. I'm not necessarily concerned with it because I think that's her, but I think it's a good sign that she is on her toes, she's energized, she's ready to hopefully show that speed out of the gate so she can just maintain, like Rusty said.
Let's move over to the 6 Cats Pajamas for Graham Motion, a filly by Street Sense. who is extending out to this distance for the first time in her career. She's run well at 1 mile and 3/8 over good listed ground at Saratoga, so you can understand why this filly is in this longer distance race, and she looks really nice out there as well.
This is kind of the situation that I was referring to with the 7 here, Scott, that once you get through the A other than level, it gets really difficult, and we have seen that be the case for this filly. She's gone against graded stakes companies, she's competed against money allowance company, even 2 other than allowance company at Saratoga. These races are hard, but I was pleasantly surprised by her appearance, her behavior, everything. She looks very well prepared today, and she's sitting on the board at 5-1.
It is a good race coming up, and a reminder, this is a start to the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 4, 6, and 8 make up that sequence. If you're looking to play it, ask the teller or head to the self-service machine and look for that its own event. That's how you play the Keeneland All Turf Pick 3, and it's paid well here over the course of opening weekend. So make sure you get involved in that $3 minimum wager. 4 minutes to get your plays in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Hurstland. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Stand Tall. There goes Undisturbed. Undisturbed moves up to the inside, takes the early advantage. Stand Tall is now in the second position. Honor Hop third up on the outside. Enjoy It While We Can comes away fourth and quickly scoots down next to the rail. Cat's Pajamas is in fifth. Ask Bailey moves up a few spots from the back of the pack, broke last, but is now back up along the rail within 8 lengths of the early leader and is joined there around the turn by Peters Kitten, Spanx Legacy further back, and First Course trails. In the meantime, Undisturbed is open up on a 5-length lead as they move through the stretch for the first time, and Stand Tall travels in second. It was 25.02 seconds over the good turf, and Undisturbed got that opening quarter, leading it now by only a length and a half. Stand Tall closes up the gap in second by a length. One circuit to go here. Then Honor Hop third on the outside. Enjoy It While We Can is dropping out to the back of the pack. Enjoy It While We Can has dropped out to the back as the field moves on by. It has dropped out of the race. Enjoy It While We Can. Further back, though, as they head back into the turn, second of 3 turns now, it is Undisturbed who is continuing to show the way. And Stand Tall is there within a length of the leader. And is followed by Ask Bailey. Now, Ask Bailey has stayed against the rail and has moved up a few more positions, has gone from 6th into 3rd, 2 lengths off the lead, and there's Honor Hop moving wide in the clear up, taking the 3rd spot now by a half length, 2 lengths from the front as well. Then further back, Cat's Pajamas, followed by Peters Kitten, Spanx Legacy. First Course is at the back, and First Course is 10 lengths from the lead. The opening half mile was 50.73 seconds, and they got 6 furlongs in 1 minute 16.83. Field is headed for the far turn. Undisturbed is the leader. Undisturbed 3/4 of a length. Stand Tall second by a length and a half. Ask Bailey third by a head. Honor Hop fourth up on the outside, followed by Peters Kitten, Cat's Pajamas, First Course, and finally Spanx Legacy. Moving around the far turn, Undisturbed is to the inside, leading Stand Tall with a 1/4 mile to go. Now they're on even terms. Gap of 3 more lengths back to Honor Hop in third. Cat's Pajamas goes wide in fourth. Ask Bailey is looking for running room between horses toward the inside. Stand Tall is the leader. Ask Bailey, Honor Hop on the outside of that one. Here's Honor Hop coming after Stand Tall. Ask Bailey dives to the rail. Ask Bailey trying to catch Stand Tall. Hasn't done it yet. Honor Hop still trying. Hasn't caught him yet. And it will be Stand Tall. She will win. Stand Tall, 3/4 of a length. Honor Hop was across the line in the second position. Ask Bailey got third. And then it was First Course in fourth.
She stayed the trip just as Rusty Arnold had suggested. She established that good second spot off of the number 2 horse, Undisturbed, who was the pace setter. When she came back to her, Stand Tall, was able to just keep on going and get this victory, the true stamina test, and she passed it with a brilliant run here today.
Florent Giroux, he positioned this filly just where she needed to be. As you mentioned, the 2 Undisturbed try to bottom out the field in the beginning of it, but Stand Tall just tracked the leader early, and her class really prevailed in the end. It looked like Honor Hop was trying mightily to try to pass her, but she dug back in to get the victory as she gets a very nice trip and a win. Stand Tall here in race 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. 1 Stand Tall finished first. 7 Honor Hop was second. 4 Ask Bailey third. 1A First Course fourth. 6 Cat's Pajamas fifth. 174 1A6. Unofficially, it is a 1746 superfecta. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Hurstland #1 Stand Tall, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Ashbrook Farm of Glen Brommagen, trained by Rusty Arnold. 2 wins today for jockey Florent Giroux. Stand Tall, a 4-year-old filly by Uncle Mo, out of Raise the Flag by Awesome Again. Winner bred in Kentucky by Pursuit of Success, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 12 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 2 minutes 32.12 seconds. Trophy presentation in the winner's circle for the Hurstland to the connections of Stand Tall. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official, 174-1A6. The official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering, also the start of the late pick 4. Scratch #1, Storming Lion. #1, Storming Lion scratched, no superfecta on race 5. Sixth race, scratch 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch 12, You Like This. Scratch 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch 12, You Like This. A reminder, number 13, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. Seventh event, scratch 6, Absolute Chaos. Seventh race, scratch the 6, Absolute Chaos. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 7. Eighth and featured race, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Take out the also eligibles 15 and 16. They did not draw into the race.
late pick 4 time for this Wednesday card, 8-race card today with the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine still to come. There's Violent Pass, my top selection, a gelding by Violence who finds himself now with a rail draw, and Joe Rocco Jr. is going to have to hustle him away from there to get into the race. And he showed some good speed last time out. They added blinkers to him last time, and it really did, I think, help him out in a big way. Gets a half of a furlong less to work with, which I think is a big plus. I think he's got a legit chance here to spring an upset versus this heavy 1-2 favorite, Gabby.
I definitely give him a little bit of a look. Last time out, I thought he had a really good trip at 7/8. He was on the lead, but simply just second best that day. But his form definitely translates to be competitive against this group here today.
Your top play of the day, your best angle of the day, goes by way of this colt, One Fast Cat. Deshaun Parker is back with them, hasn't raced in 5 months, and takes a big drop down in class out of they other than Company in for 50.
Wesley Ward is just so strong with this move, and Wesley Ward also rarely loses when he's a heavy favorite here at Keeneland in the spring and in the fall. But first time for a tag with his dirt sprinters, Wesley wins at 30%, and that's a sample size of 77 horses, and it's still a positive ROI. So that's always the toughest thing with Wesley. His horses are always bet, and a lot of statistics you find you don't have a positive ROI, but this is actually not the case here. You still make money at the end of the day. He's well posted. He's the class. To me, Scott, he looks very tough to beat.
The 4-horse Mists of Time, he's 1 for 16, but he has a lot of seconds and thirds. Flashy looking chestnut son of Tapiture, 8 combined seconds and thirds and 16 career starts. So he's very consistent in that sense. He rarely runs a bad race. He's likely going to be outrun, but he should be able to pick up a check in this one.
I think so too. I think he should be able to hit the board. Again, those races came up to be a little bit fast in terms of their figures, and the race that he comes out of, you'll find the winner give it everything. He actually came back to win another allowance race at Remington with a 94 Beyer speed figure. So he's just been dominating against Allowance Company, and Mists of Time, I would imagine, is happy to avoid him here today.
14 minutes to post. Race 5 does start the late pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, a claiming race for a price of $50,000, 3-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the one, Storming Lion. Number one, Storming Lion, scratched. Double in pick 3, wagering start of the late pick 4. A reminder, contrary to the program, no superfecta on race 5, no superfecta on this fifth race. Scratch the one, Storming Lion. Post time in 7 minutes. Main track is fast, turf listed good.
Race number 5 is 6 minutes to post, and there's a look at Violent Pass right now for Donnie K. Von Hemel. A son of violence, had a nice spark to his step when he got out on the track with the pony, which is a positive sign, given that we really expect him to run his best if he's able to be sharp away from the starting gate. Good positive body language on the second choice, Violent Pass, who is settling in at 3-1 right now with 6 minutes to post. One Fast Cat is one big colt compared to the rest of these horses. Big, long-bodied son of Fast Anna, Keeneland graduate. We'll see how he is in this 5-month layoff coming back with Deshaun Parker in the saddle. Great to see Deshaun here riding. And this is Gabby Gaudette's best angle of the day, 3-5. A lot of expectations surrounding this colt for Three Chimneys Farm. We'll see if he can bounce back with a winning effort for the first time since his debut back in February. 5 minutes to post, race 5. Let's start the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off. Beer Chaser, One Fast Cat, Beer Chaser. Those two come out for the early lead. And On KP moves up down toward the inside in third. Mists of Time is away running in fourth, and a gap of 3 to Violent Pass, who's last of the 5 here early on. Back up front, One Fast Cat, far outside. You've got On KP sneaking through an opening down toward the rail. Beer Chaser. Between that pair, the top 3 separated by a half length. Gap of 2 more back to Mists of Time, who is next to last, and then Violent Pass against the rail. 22.34 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. On KP is the leader, and One Fast Cat is there on the outside. These two continue their battle for the lead. Beer Chaser has lost some ground to that top pair around the far turn. In fact, Mists of Time's going to angle to the outside of that one, move up into third, still 3 lengths off the lead. One Fast Cat, though, has the lead clear of On KP. Violent Pass tries to run toward the rail, and Mists of Time tries to come after the leader from the outside. No one making up any ground into the final furlong, though, because One Fast Cat is drawing off at the 16th pole with a widening 7-8 length margin. One Fast Cat with Deshaun Parker, the winning jockey. One Fast Cat wins it. Beer Chaser was second. Mists of Time was across the line in third. Violent Pass fourth, and On KP fifth.
Well, as straightforward as it's going to get with One Fast Cat, he sat 3 wide. It did not matter. And once Deshaun Parker laid him down, he opened up and won this race as a 1-to-5 shot should.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 6, One Fast Cat, was first. Number 5, Beer Chaser, was second. Number 4, Mists of Time, third. Number 2, Violent Pass, was fourth. 6542, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, number 6, One Fast Cat. Owned by Three Chimneys Farm of Gonzalo Torrealba, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey, Deshaun Parker. One Fast Cat, a 3-year-old son of Fast Anna, out of Love This Kitty by Not for Love, bred in Kentucky by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC. Time for the 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 16.28 seconds. Race 5, results official. 6-5-4-2, the official results of Keeneland's fifth. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Turf listed good, rail at 10 feet. Scratch 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch 12, You Like This. Again, scratch 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch 12, You Like This. A reminder, number 13, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. Seventh event, scratch the 6, Absolute Chaos. That's race 7, scratch number 6, Absolute Chaos. No superfecta on that 7th race. 8th and featured race, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Take out the also eligibles 15 and 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,158.
The November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
Race number 6, the back onto the turf course for two other than allowance condition. These are fillies and mares 3 and up, and they'll be going a mile on the good listed ground. Naval Laughter being bet down to 2-1 right now. That is my top selection in here, Gabby. I think that she bounces back, gets a lot of class relief. It's a far cry, this group that she's facing, from what she was asked to go up against last time out in the Grade 1 Beverly D when Santa Barbara was so sensational, and Mean Mary, that really nice filly of Graham Motions, was second in there. That's much different class level than what she's dealing with here today, and I think she'll respond with a solid effort, much like we saw from her in the Grade 3 Modesty.
I'm still pretty surprised that she is the favorite right now, because I thought this was a competitive field. I thought we would be able to get a price. Hopefully we will come closer to post time. But I agree with you. You and I are on the same filly here. I think she will be on the lead today. She was caught in a very tough position last time out, chasing the speed of Mean Mary, who you mentioned, a multiple graded stakes winner, and not to mention Santa Barbara, who won the Beverly D. She had just won the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks prior to that start too. So she was going against multiple Grade 1 winners, and you just don't find that type of class in this allowance race today.
Arm Candy's run some very good races as of late, only beaten a length and a half last time out. That was the number 6 horse we were just taking a look at. I think that you've got to give her a big look, and there she is, daughter of Twirling Candy, Kentucky Downs, referring so often to these Kentucky Downs races, but that's where they're coming from. I mean, a month out, they're racing at Kentucky Downs. You get those opportunities over there, and then you come right over here to Keeneland, staying in Kentucky. But I think that this is a filly that she's got a good enough race in her to win a two other than allowance race.
I do too, and I think she'll be helped by the fact that she gets more distance today. I know we say that 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs generally plays true to a mile here at Keeneland, but I still think the 2-turn mile is more suitable for her running style, and not to mention Tyler Gaffalione having a good day thus far. He has 2, Florent has 2. We'll see who takes off with the lead for today's races. And after this one, I think this is a big race for both riders.
Empress Eleanor, the number 5 horse for Nacho Correas IV, a 2-time winner in her career. She's run twice here at Keeneland, both of which were strong efforts, one of which was a victory going back to April. She came from way out of it to win that race. What do you expect to see from her today?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure her out, Scott, to be honest, especially at the mile, because they went pretty quickly for the mile last time out at Kentucky Downs. She found herself forwardly placed, but even at a 1.1 1/8 sometimes she finds herself well off the pace. When she won here at the mile in the spring at Keeneland, she came from 8-9 lengths off of the pace. So I really don't have a good gauge of what we're going to see from her today in terms of where she will fall of the pace scenario in here. Will she be forward? Will she close? I don't know.
Timeless Rose, let's quickly touch on her. She comes down from Indiana Grand. Talked about this filly earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland. The fact that they come down this way has to be viewed as a positive sign, because she could have stayed back at Indiana Grand and run against a much easier group. But here she is for a good barn. Tony Granitz and Florent Giroux takes the call here. She's a filly that's been knocking on the door against similar up at Indiana Grand.
She has. She's gone against those state-bred competition, but the numbers have come back pretty solidly. So I do think that in terms of class, she fits here. This is a tough race. We keep going through the field here, Scott, and I legitimately think that any of the four that we have already mentioned could win.
Well, let's last touch on Sun Summers. That's the number 10 horse as she's sitting at 7-2. Hasn't been seen in a couple of months, getting ready for her Keeneland debut. And this is a filly that is just consistent. I mean, that's the theme of this race. So much consistency with these fillies and mares having showed up with strong efforts just about each and every time as of late.
She's been very close. I guess the only concern for me is that, again, when we talk about class, she did win the A Other Than last November in 2020. She's won a starter allowance race, but she's really had a difficult time kind of getting through stakes competition and the 2 Other Than allowance condition. So it is a question of class for her, but again, it's Mike Maker, turf, Ira Ortiz Jr. There are a lot of things to like about this filly.
Lots to like about this race. Very nice wagering opportunity. This, in fact, does start the final pick 3 and misspoke in that previous race. But a good race, good sequence with still the feature to come in the 8th and final. Good luck.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Hagen, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 1 mile over the turf listed good, rail at 10 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Double wagering also featured here. Scratch 8, Mrs. Claus, and scratch 12. You like this. A reminder, number 13, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. Post time is 6 minutes.
Here on the front side, looking at the number 10 horse, Sun Summers, the Broken Vow mare, who's made nearly $200,000, just a $10,000 Keeneland September sales graduate back in 2017. She's made much more than that. You can see her warming up right now with Irad Ortiz Jr. We'll see how she does. Maybe she can sit close to Naval Laughter. I think the expectations are that we're going to see the two being part of that pace and in front, perhaps, here today as well, because I just had a chance to talk to trainer Chris Davis, and he says that he wouldn't be surprised if she's able to make the lead. So the 10 is currently sitting at odds of 3-1. She is the second choice right now in the wagering. There's the number 6 horse, Arm Candy, a beautiful daughter of Twirling Candy for Bradley Thoroughbreds and others. And Steve Asmussen sending this filly forward here today, looking for a second win at Keeneland. She was actually in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine last year and finished 4th at 42-1. So she has been tested pretty heavily over the course of her career against top-notch company at the age of 2, and even here at the age of 3, having run in the Hilltop at Pimlico during Preakness Weekend and the Tepin Stakes. And Preakness Weekend is always a fruitful endeavor for the Steve Asmussen barn. He always finds ones that fit that stakes schedule, and she is part of that. And there is a continued look at Arm Candy, who is 9-2 right now on the tote board. 3 minutes away from race number 6. As we get set for the final pick 3, there's the 3 warming up to the right, and also taking a look at one of these other competitors. That's the 5 horse, Empress Eleanor, who should be able to put together another strong effort. She really has not run a bad race as of late. There's the 13. Do keep in mind she draws in off the also eligible Discreet Kitty for Louis Hirado. Winner 2 starts back at Belterra. They took a shot last time out in a starter race at Kentucky Downs, but she should be able to bounce back here today. But it's a tough spot for this filly to be competing against these types of fillies and mares as she sits at 50-1. 3 minutes to post, race 6.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Hagen. They are at the post. And they're off. Naval Laughter from the inside. There's Timeless Rose from the outside. Urban Fairy Tale up close against the rail in the opening strides as well. Timeless Rose is moving forward to clear the inside traffic, and Timeless Rose gets over to the rail as they enter the first turn. Leads it by a length and a half. Naval Laughter second. Discreet Kitty third up on the outside. And then Urban Fairy Tale back there in fourth. Sun Summers fifth outside of Arm Candy, who moves up one spot against the rail from sixth. Then a gap of three. Empress Eleanor is in the seventh position. Audrey's Time is in eighth. Gamblin' Train is in ninth up the backstretch. Picasso Collection 10th. And Funny Bet, who went way wide on the first turn, now settles down against the rail, but is last of the 11. Opening quarter went in 24.61 seconds. Timeless Rose is the leader by a length. The Naval Laughter in second, 47.72 seconds for the first half mile. Gap of three, Urban Fairy Tale. Third by two, Discreet Kitty fourth ahead. Arm Candy fifth to the inside of that one, still running 7 lengths off the lead. Then Sun Summers, Empress Eleanor, Audrey's Time, Gamblin' Train, Picasso Collection, Funny Bet last. Here's Naval Laughter off the turn to challenge for the lead. Naval Laughter right alongside of Timeless Rose. Timeless Rose fights on. Naval Laughter is there. Then there's a gap of 5 more lengths to Urban Fairy Tale in third. Arm Candy in fourth. Sun Summers tries to get on track late from fifth, along with Empress Eleanor. Here comes Arm Candy, Urban Fairy Tale. Urban Fairy Tale, Arm Candy, Sun Summers in third. Arm Candy and Urban Fairy Tale 1-2. It is Arm Candy. Tyler Gaffalione has his third win on the card. As Arm Candy gets there, Urban Fairy Tale was second.
Well, both Timeless Rose and Naval Laughter set a very quick pace. They're up in front by at least 5 lengths at this stage of the race, but they're going to start to tire, and it's going to allow for the closers to kick in, and the filly that kicks in the most, Arm Candy for Steve Asmussen, and Tyler Gaffalione having himself a day out there on the course here at Keeneland, and this filly bounces back off of that strong effort at Kentucky Downs to win here in Lexington.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. 6 Arm Candy finished first. Number 1 Urban Fairy Tale was second. Number 10 Sun Summers third. Number 5 Empress Eleanor was fourth. 6-1-10-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Hagen. Number 6 Arm Candy. And the results are now official. Number 6 Arm Candy, the official winner, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, owned also by Tim and Anna Cambron and Kurtz Equine Investments LLC of Keith Kurtz. Steve Asmussen is the trainer. 3 wins today for the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Arm Candy, 3-year-old filly by Twirling Candy out of Chili Fashion by Artie Schiller. Winner bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall. 1 minute 36.54 seconds for the 1 mile over the turf listed good. 6-1-10-5, the official results for Keeneland's sixth. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Hagen, race 6 to the connections of Arm Candy. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 6, Absolute Chaos. Scratch the 6, Absolute Chaos. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 7. 8th and final race, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Take out the also eligibles, 15 and 16. Did not draw into the race. Main track is fast, turf listed good. Looking ahead to Keeneland's featured 8th race, Scratch 9, Decree of Love. Keeneland's featured 8th race, Scratch the 9, Decree of Love.
Minutes away from race at number 7, started the late daily double here at Keeneland on this Wednesday, and Steve Asmussen looking for back-to-back wins on the card after Arm Candy just took race number 6. He's got Swift Shore, my top play in here, the number 5 horse, colt by Uncle Mo, who was very flashy in his first 2 starts. Then they tried him in the Grade 3 Lexington Stakes, caught a sloppy track, did not perform to the expectations surrounding him as he was the favorite that day, but he gets back to sprinting, and he just might be a better sprinter, more effective sprinter. So I think that you'll see him come back with a strong effort here today. Gets a nice outside draw. He's got good gate speed. He's a really nice-looking colt. We'll get a chance to see him in just a few moments. But Swift Shore, 9-5, not surprised that he is the top of the table right now, so to speak, Gabby Gaudet, as we take a look at Swift Shore getting set for Steve Asmussen.
Swift Shore definitely is a horse that you have to respect here. His first 2 races were extremely impressive. He just doesn't want to go long, as you said. He might have not even liked the track, or something might have gone awry, Scott, because he was sidelined since April. But Steve Asmussen does well in getting these horses off of long layoffs. He's well posted for either a position on the lead or a pressing trip.
Let's go to the 3-horse Shadow Matter, your top play for Dallas Stewart, looking to bounce back off of a dull run at Churchill Downs in a pretty high dollar stake, $275,000 stake.
I think he can bounce back because that was a very sharp work after his last race, and he's better than what he suggested last time out. It does say in the short comment he was a step slow out of the gate. I didn't think the break was significant. He just didn't show up that day. Maybe he's a horse that needs the lead. Maybe he won't get the lead today, but I just think that he's a better horse than what he showed last time out.
Fire Sword, the number 4 horse for Wesley Ward. Wesley looking for a second win today. He ran all right last time out in the Jersey Shore. He was not bet all that much when you consider it was a 6-horse field, and he went off at odds of 9-1. That's not the norm when you've got a Wesley Ward runner. But I think that this gelding, you have to talk about him as far as top contenders in here, given that they're taking their swing here today against Allowance Company, 2 other than Allowance Company, which certainly lends itself to more like a stake than anything. But we'll see how Firestore does, and I think one of the big pluses for him is that he has won here before at Keeneland when he was very speedy on debut.
He is, you have to kind of question the price on him. I'm not surprised to see him as an overlay at 5-1, Scott, because there's still a question of class. He was very good at Pimlico when he won that first level allowance race, but we've seen horses exit that race and not really be that competitive. Some of them have won starter allowance races, but it's nothing compared to kind of the class that some of these other horses have faced. So I'm still on the fence with regard to Fire Sword, but Tyler Gaffleone, he already has 3 wins today, and it is Wesley Ward.
The ride of a lifetime, the 2. He's 7-2 right now. Back to sprinting on the main track. That's the reason why you've got to like this colt. And twice in his career, he's finished second to Jackie's Warrior, which is a good thing because we know how good Jackie's Warrior is. He debuted against Jackie's Warrior, and then he was second to him in the Saratoga Special in August of last year. And since then, this colt's run some big races. He won his race 3 starts ago, going 7/8 of a mile. Just wonder what we're going to see from him. Does he have more speed than what we've seen as of late, or is he now developed into a one-run type late sprinter?
I think the latter, Scott. I think you hit the nail on the head. He should be closing into the pace. Look, he might not have, met the expectations that people put on him in his 2-year-old season when everybody loved Jackie's Warrior. He needs to step up, but I will say one angle that I think has been a strong angle are horses coming out of 2-turn turf races, turning back to the 6.5 or 7 furlongs on the dirt. So that could actually set him up for a big race, and it does appear to be a fast and contentious pace, which will help him.
Let's wrap things up over here on this side with Kinetic Sky. Here's a horse that's cutting back in distance in a big way, and he's doing what his daddy did best, and that is sprint on the main track, the son of Run Happy.
I still don't know if he's a better one-turn horse or a two-turn horse. Is this just kind of a race to get him going since he's been off since August? Is Brad confident that this horse is a one-turn sprinter? I'm not so sure, but it could set up for him. Again, if there is a fast, contentious pace, we know that the 2 and the 1A will be running late.
Very good group of sprinters getting set. Race number 7 starting the late double here on this Wednesday.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Keeneland allowance optional claiming race, for a price of $100,000. 3-year-olds at 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. A reminder, scratch 6, Absolute Chaos. Number 6, Absolute Chaos, a scratch. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on race 7. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time, 7 minutes.
There's a look at Shadow Matter, the number 3 horse who is at 9-2. Dallas Stewart hopeful that he can bounce back off of that subpar effort. I just had a chance to have a conversation with him on the paddock side and asked him about that most recent workout, which is listed in the program in the past performances of 46-4. And he said he didn't have him quite as fast as that in his own personal clocking, but still he put in a solid workout. And he said it's something that he probably needed off of that disappointing effort in that stakes race where he ended up finishing 9th, beaten 13. So we'll see if he can bounce back here today. Looks well enough on the course. He sits at 4-1. There's the number 4 horse, Fire Sword, for Wesley Ward. A little dull on the tote board, to be honest with you. Like Gabby said, this horse is a tough read. You always respect the Wesley Ward runners, but truthfully, 5-1 seems a bit flat when taking a look at the current wagering. So we'll see what he's able to do. I think he does have to step up in a big way, given the depth of this field. This is a very good 2 other than allowance race. There's the 2 horse, the ride of a lifetime. I think the expectations are that he should bounce back nicely here today off of that Bruce D attempt where he, in all honesty, didn't run all that bad. He was 6th, beaten 5 3/4 in his first try going 2-turn scenario. His only other mile race was a 1-turn race at Churchill Downs on the main track. So the ride of a lifetime, colt by Candy Ride. We'll see if he can bounce back to top form here today. Good luck with all those wagers. 4 minutes away from race number 7. Nice allowance race going 6.5 on the main.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race. They are at the post. And they're off. Swift Shore, Fire Sword, Up Striker, all with early speed. Here's Fire Sword between horses now, taking a narrow advantage, 3/4 of a length. There goes Swift Shore, moving up closer second from the far outside. Up Striker going to back away into the 3rd position. Shadow Matter, 4th alongside of that one. The Ride of a Lifetime 5th, the gap of 4 more lengths back to Kinetic Sky, who trails as they make the move for the far turn. Fire Sword leading Swift Shore by 3/4 of a length, 22.17 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. 2 more lengths back to Up Striker along the rail in 3rd. The Ride of a Lifetime stacks up between horses along with Shadow Matter to the far outside. Now Shadow Matter is 5th, caught 3 wide around the far turn, 4 lengths off the lead, gap of 3 more back to Kinetic Sky, but the leader as they come off the far turn, Fire Sword. Swift Shore 2nd. Up Striker looks to the inside 3rd. Shadow Matter needs to find more. The Ride of a Lifetime is in behind horses, changes lanes to the outside. In the meantime, Fire Sword, the leader, into the stretch. Fire Sword by 2, Fire Sword by 3. The rest have work to do. Up Striker moves up the rail into the 2nd position. The Ride of a Lifetime tries to come back after the leader again from the outside, but Fire Sword's already at the 16th pole. The lead is still 3. It's out to 3.5. It is Fire Sword. Tyler Gaffalione, 4 wins on the day. Kinetic Sky going to run late. Close for second, Kinetic Sky or the Ride of a Lifetime for that runner-up spot.
He made the lead and he had to go fast and he kept on going. Fire Sword, he took some pressure from Swift Shore as we expected down the backstretch, and as they turned for home, Swift Shore starts to back out of it, and Tyler Gaffalione on a roll here today. The horse drifted up to 6-1 out of the Wesley Ward barn. He was cold on the board, but certainly not out on the track. An impressive win for Fire Sword as he remains perfect here at Keeneland, now 2 for 2 in his career.
Unofficial results of Keeneland 7th. 4 Fire Sword first, 1A Kinetic Sky second, 2 The Ride of a Lifetime third, and 3 Shadow Matter fourth. 4 1A 2 3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Keeneland 4 Fire Sword, owned by Silverton Hill LLC of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, trained by Wesley Ward. 4 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Fire Sword, a 3-year-old gelded son of First Samurai, and a fiery star by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky by DJ Stables and Joe Orsino. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 16.29 seconds. Race 7, results official. 4 1A 2 3, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Keeneland Trophy presentation to the connections of Fire Sword. Keeneland's 8th and featured and final race upcoming, 31st running of the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. Turf is listed good, rail at 10 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $8,158. A reminder, scratch the 9, Decree of Love. Also scratch 15 and 16, Blissful and Haughty.
Now it's a global series. The best racers from all over the world, the best trainers, the best jockeys.
You can get a free entry into the Breeders' Cup, and everybody wants to run in a Breeders' Cup race.
You get your travel expenses paid for the Breeders' Cup.
Automatic berth takes a lot of pressure off.
If we're considering two different races and one was a win and you're in and one was not, that would be the tiebreaker.
It's probably the best thing that's happened to racing in the last 10 years.
Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
Featured event, 20 minutes to post. 2-year-old fillies looking to earn a spot into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf at Del Mar next month. And Turner Loose is 3-5 right now. Did not expect to see this short of a price on this filly. We expected her to be the favorite, but not odds on given the depth of this field. But that's where she sits right now, 3-5. A daughter of Nyquist for Dawn and Ike Thrash, bred here in Kentucky, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2020. Paid just $50,000 for this filly, and she's made over $330,000 in just 2 starts, a vast majority of that money being made in the $500,000 Juvenile Fillies race at Kentucky Downs back on September 6th. Straightforward filly, big long stride on her. I don't see any reason why she can't handle this step up in class here today versus the depth of this field. There's the number 8 horse, Queen Judith from Mark Cassie. She was impressive on debut, covered quite a bit of ground in that 6.5 furlong sprint on debut at Kentucky Downs. She was way out of it from an outside draw. She gets an outside draw here today. We'll see if Julian Leperoux can work out a trip here today to get her to that same sort of late run that we expect to see from her. And she's got the pedigree to go this far for sure. She's by Empire Maker and was purchased earlier this summer for $260,000 at a 2-year-old in training sales. So she's my second choice. That's Queen Judith. And then the number 6 horse, Boma, 34-1. Ken McPeak had quite a weekend with his 2-year-olds last weekend, picking up graded stakes victories on both turf and dirt, And this is an interesting spotting. This is a filly that's a daughter of Bernardini, who is going to be trying the grass off of 2 dirt runs, 2 dirt sprints, and now here she is routing on the turf course. And the reason that I go towards this filly is, first of all, the week and the success that McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. have had here in the first few days of racing during this Fall Stars weekend. But also this filly is a half-sister to 2 turf winners. So the pedigree is there on the dam side for Bauma to be able to handle this, and she's 34-1 right now. This is a very good group of horses as we get a look at the 6 circling the tree down in the paddock. 18 minutes away from the Grade 2 feature, the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes, an automatic entry into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf is on the line. Good luck with all your wagers. 17 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final and featured race, 31st running of the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. A Grade 2 and a win-in-your-end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division race at 1 1/16 over the turf listed good, rail set at 10 feet. Carryover for the Super High 5, the Toyota Super High 5, $8,158. A reminder, scratch number 9, Decree of Love. Also scratch 15, Blissful, and 16, Haughty. Post time in 9 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the feature. Number 1, Knees and Hips, owned by Joel Politti, trained by Tom Amos, James Graham, the jockey. 2, California Angel, owned by Chris Walsh, trained by George Leonard III. Rafael Bejarano is up. 3, Turner Loose, owned by Dawn and Ike Thrash, the trainer Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. 4 on the 1s and 2s, owned by Deuce Greathouse, owned also by Cindy Hudson, Madaket Stables LLC, Saul Kuhlman, owned as well by Thomas Romano, trainer Norm Cassie, the jockey Joe Talamo. 5, Roughly a Diamond, owned by Circle 8 of Troy Levy, trained by Michelle Nihei, Luis Saez, the jockey. 6, Boma, owned by Susan Moulton, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 7, Rigby, owned by Aaron Dell of Alan Cohen, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 8, Queen Judith, owned by DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green. Mark Cassie trains and Julianne Leperoux will ride. 9 is scratched. 10, Misthaven, owned by SF Racing LLC of Gavin Murphy, the trainer Joe Sharp, the jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 11, Opalina, owned by Tenere Farm of Gabriela Calderon, owned also by J Stables LLC of George Wagner, trained by Roderick Rodriguez, Edgar Zayas to ride. 12, Dressed, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, the trainer Wayne Catalano, jockey Flavian Pratt. 13, Boxing Day, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Adam Biskitza. And 14, Diamond Wow, owned by Diamond 100 Racing Club LLC of Ivy Hoy, owned by Amy Dunn, Patrick B. and Cone LLC of trainer Patrick B. and Cone, the jockey Mike Smith. 6 minutes to post. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 31st running of the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. They are at the post. And they're off in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. There goes Turner Loose out for the lead. Boma is up close in the opening strides as well. On the ones and twos, has early speed, but Turner Loose has the early advantage. Leads it by just a neck. On the ones and twos now starts to draw alongside from that second position. Rigby close up third, but wide into the first turn. Boma in good position here early in fourth. Starts to angle down toward the rail, right in behind the leader. Roughly a Diamond will go in the fifth position. Boxing Day sixth. Diamond Wow 3 wide off the first turn in seventh. Mist Haven saving ground in eighth. Dressed alongside of that one, ninth. Opalina in 10th. Knees and Hips 11th. California Angel is in 12th. Queen Judith last of the 13. It was opening quarter on the board. We'll follow up there in just a moment. Up the backstretch they go. And it is still Turner Loose with the advantage. Turner Loose got the opening half mile in 47.73 seconds. Turner Loose leads it by 3/4 of a length as they head on to the far turn. On the ones and twos is second on the outside by 2 lengths. Boma third by just ahead. Rigby fourth up on the outside. Diamond Wow is next. And then Boxing Day, who's in between horses, now taking fifth, but in some traffic, 5 lengths off the lead. Mist Haven behind her, and roughly a Diamond there to her inside with 6 to make up as they come off the far turn. And Turner Loose, the one to catch. Rigby, then Boma back toward the inside. On the ones and twos is in fourth as they turn for home. Dressed is fifth on the outside. Boma tries to find an opening to the rail. It is still Turner Loose with the lead. And Diamond Wow alongside with Dress coming from third. Diamond Wow, Dress stacking up outside of Turner Loose. California Angel running late. Diamond Wow, Turner Loose. California Angel coming on the far outside at the wire. Photo for the win. What a finish in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine.
What an unbelievable finish is right, Kurt Becker, here in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine. Right now, turn her loose. She was turned loose out on the front end. She's given everything that she possibly has. The 14 able to work out a trip diamond wow and makes it quite competitive, as does Dressed. But what about this two-horse? California Angel broke her maiden at 28-1 at Kentucky Downs a month ago, and here today, it appears she gets just up very tight on the wire with California Angel and Diamond Wow on the outside. What a race, what a finish. It comes down to a photo.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 2 California Angel finished first. 14 Diamond Wow second. 3 Turner Loose third. 12 Dressed was fourth. 11 Opalina fifth. 2, 14, 3, 12, 11 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 2:14, 3:12, 11. The official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 31st running of the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes Grade 2. Number 2, California Angel, owned by Chris Walsh. The trainer, George Leonard III, and the jockey, Rafael Bejarano. California Angel, a 2-year-old filly by California Chrome out of C. Mona by Tis Wonderful. Winner bred in Kentucky by the Irish National Stud. Keeneland November Sales graduate. Covers the distance of 1 mile and a 16th over the turf. Listed good, 1 minute 44.3 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine. A win in your end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of J.P. Morgan Chase are Mr. Paul Costell, Kentucky Region Manager, and Mr. Kevin Sutphin, Executive Director. They present to the connections of California Angel.
California Angel with a wicked turn of foot down the stretch to take the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine. George Leonard, her trainer, the man who was aboard, Rafael Bejarano. How was she able to do that? How quickly was she moving for you once you asked for all she had?
Well, all the credit I had to give it to the horse and the trainer. They're doing an awesome job, The first time when I'm running, he completely surprised me the way he broke, He broke so slow. And in the morning, it's completely different feeling, It's completely different horse. She usually break really fast from the gate, but in the afternoon, it's completely different. So I just, leave it alone and stay like probably 20 lanes behind the first time he running in the turf in Kentucky Downs. And then the way he come running, the way he move is tremendous, I love this filly. He come running in the end and flying. So he did it exactly today. He had a good turn of foot, and I just wanted to keep it out of the trouble and come to the 3A. I could have come inside between horses, but when I see, I was kind of tight, I just wanted to get him clear in the stretch and, let him run. I knew he's going to come running in the end, and he did it. He proved it today.
Well done, Rafa.
Thank you very much.
George, one of the most visually impressive performances that we've seen here at the meet. 1 month ago, she just broke her maiden at Kentucky Downs at a big price. Did you ever dream of standing here at Keeneland on the turf course, picking up a win in your end?
No, I didn't, to be honest. I thought I had a special filly for in the beginning, but I never dream of being here and winning this. After she won the first time, I heard all this talk, and then we decided to try this, and it's just been a dream come true. Everything's worked well. Got an excellent rider in Ralphie. He gets along with her good. She makes a perfect run. Couldn't ask for any more.
Did you know that you had this kind of a filly?
Yes, I did. Today, I thought we could win. With a little luck, I honestly thought she could win.
You looking forward to heading to Del Mar?
We're looking for California.
We look forward to seeing you there.
We're going.
George Leonard, California Angel, on her way to the Breeders' Cup.
And thank you, Scott. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. The Toyota Super High 5 carryover will be $15,389. That concludes live racing for today. A reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar, the mezzanine bar, will remain open for approximately 30 more minutes. You may advance wager any races which are scheduled to occur after that time, and we thank you. On behalf of Keeneland and also for J.P. Morgan Chase, thank you and good evening.